Hi, welcome to episode 139 of the Art School live streams. We are about to review a lot of art. So yeah, if you're new, welcome to the streams. It's awesome to have you. And if you're watching this a little bit later on YouTube, well, if you want to learn more about what this is all about, you can find a link to my art program down in the description below. And basically, students of my program can attend these live streams every single weekend, and we go over all the submissions, and I try to give feedback. And that's pretty much it. So, you know, you can submit your assignments from the program. You can submit your personal art. You can submit questions if you don't have any art to show a particular week. But yeah, and then so we just do this every single week, and so you'll see a lot of students, you know, kind of come back week after week. If you want to learn more about that and get your art reviewed in such a fashion, look down below. Yeah, so for everybody that's here, hope you guys are doing good. Hope you've had a good weekend so far, and that's good to know, Vika, that Texas is kind of back to being somewhat operational. It's quite an upgrade from last week, so that's good to know. And yeah, so let's take a look at what we have on the menu today as I continue to do my usual intro. So if you watch the streams, you know, back to back, you're probably really sick of hearing this intro, but some people just watch one and never again, so it's important. Thanks for sparing Texas, Scott. What a generous soul. Yeah, so this is what we have on the menu, like I said. So these are all the submissions for this week. Grabbed in order that they were submitted. Hopefully, last week kind of messed up, but I think it was fine this week. So yeah, the way that these streams go, basically, I'll just go through all of this and give feedback. So the kind of feedback is going to be usually it's kind of like the first couple of things that I noticed about the art. Obviously, we can't comment on everything. We don't have time, and there's always going to be something that can be improved. So a little bit every week, and so that's why, you know, a lot of students here have come in previous weeks, and so this is kind of just a continuation of their progress. And then the feedback that I'll try to give is based on that too. So based on that continuity. So sometimes I might have mentioned something in a previous week, so I won't mention it again. So yeah, just you know, just FYI, if you notice something that I'm not mentioning, there might be a reason, but also I might have just forgotten about it. So that's why I rely on people here in the stream live to be my check, make sure that I don't skip over anything obvious that I should have pointed out. Maybe I don't. So a lot of the time I look up at the chat box and see something that I should have definitely mentioned. So big help, appreciate it. And so yeah, if you're here watching live, you know, don't hesitate to chip in at any time. And if I don't see the comment, like I have the comment box like right in my face here, right in my field of vision, right above the Cintiq. Sometimes I'm just too absorbed by the feedback, so I'm not going to look up, but keep spamming it. You know, I never want to skip anybody. That's never the intention. It's just that sometimes I'm not gonna see it. So keep spamming until I do. Or Vika, you could just have like a power grid that works. That'd be good too. So was there anything else? Anything else? Yeah. So the streams will usually last about 7 hours on average. That's what we've been hitting pretty consistently in the past couple of weeks. So make sure that you're comfortable. We're in for a long ride, and the students don't need to attend live. You know, if you're thinking that you need to go through this entire thing to get your review, to get your feedback, not at all. You don't even have to attend live. It's nice for me, but that's all it is. Just company. Yeah, you can always watch the replays later. So there you go. All of this is saved and also posted on YouTube a couple months from now. So I think we're ready to get started. I don't think I have anything else to say. So make sure that you're comfy, that you got something to drink, to sip on, something to scribble along, and let's get this day of full of art started. So the first one here, Mina, right? is that the first one? I'm just gonna go off of this, but hopefully I got this order correct. I didn't hear anybody scream in the chat today, so that's good. Chat about the scream about the order, so that's an upgrade from last week. That's true, Scott. I do. All right. So yeah, I'd like to think that the fact that you guys hang out, the streams are better. Hopefully. Got it. All right, Mina. So let's get right into it. Where's my correction brush? There we go. All right. So this is my second attempt at character design, and I wanted to try to make a sci-fi-ish character, which I've never done in my life since I'm not too into that's tricky to say, into sci-fi, but wanted to get out of my comfort zone as much as possible. I wanted her not to like the job she's doing, thus the sad look. Basically like most people. So as usual, what stands out? What I would change. Alright. Alright. So let's try to guess her job. Gardener? Butcher? Assassin. Well, that's a nice drawing. Very nice shading. Nice proportions. Nice face. There's a lot going for this. One thing that I noticed right away. Just balance her a little more. Center her torso a bit more so that she doesn't fall on the side. There we go. So one thing that you could do here that would help, people kind of just spot the point of emphasis a little more, because with characters usually that's going to be the heads, so we want people to kind of focus here. That's why you have the face. That's where you connect through emotions, and that's why characters that don't have faces, characters that have like masks, always a little harder to connect with, to care for. So yeah, with her, perfect. We see her face. Maybe just like cranking up the saturation. Basically, you want to have a little more contrast, a little something extra on the face, to attract the eye, to act as a magnet for our gaze as we're wandering around the canvas. Where should we latch on? And yeah, if it's around here, that should be good. So you have hair already, has a little bit of a color. So let's try to crank up the saturation a bit. See if we can make that more attractive for the eye. Ooh. So just that already is more saturated. It's different. Everything is kind of monochrome, black and white. A little bit of a tint for the skin here, so that's good. Already we're staying away from the bottom here. And basically the idea here is to try and, it's like, imagine if you have like a big white canvas and you have just one dot on it, like just one black dot and nothing else, everything is white. What are you gonna look at? You're gonna look at that thing, right? It's just the one thing that's unique, the one thing that's different about it. And so the same idea applies here. So we want to look at this whole thing. What's more unique about it, or what's different? Now the saturation is different. The hair is the only like more saturated part of the image. It's darker, more vivid blue or purple. And then we have the arms also that have a little bit of a tint, very subtle. It's pretty desaturated, but a little bit of a tint already. So nothing here, a little bit of a tint here already. So already it's warming up, more interesting. And then we land on like the full saturation up here. Now beyond that, maybe having a little bit less contrast overall might also just help the read. So it's very dark, in your dark areas, and like your bright, the brighter areas of the outfit are pretty bright. So if they're white, it indicates that there's enough light in the scene to make that appear white, because like a white shirt in a dark room is not gonna look that bright. It'll be pretty dark. So this basically suggests that there's quite a lot of light going around in this scene, and so this would probably be brighter too, or the entire black, the entire white part of the outfit would be darker. So let's just make it brighter. Just the dark stuff. So we're gonna go levels here and push up. Bring out our dark colors. Trying to maintain the contrast. Before, after. I can see it a little better. And after that, we could actually probably push the saturation a bit more in the hair. But now that we work a lot better, like I can see a lot more of the details on the inside here, the belt, everything. Oh, okay, cool. The only thing now that I would maybe add to this would be her stance, her posture, to sell the fact that she's kind of bummed about her work. You know, like if you're slacking on the job, you're gonna be like dragging your feet and like I don't want to do this kind of thing, like slouching, basically trying to make yourself the least useful, or seemingly the least useful. So kind of somebody that's kind of has poor posture, that's kind of dragging its feet. So maybe something like that for her. She seems pretty determined right now. Like, you know, like I'm gonna do this job, but she's kind of sad about it. So maybe more like like the posture, like her arms kind of just on the side of her body, like she doesn't even want to spend the energy to lift up her blades. So maybe something too, like in the way that her hips are positioned, the way that she's walking, kind of like dragging her feet, like almost like walking like a zombie, you know. And one more thing, making her job more obvious. Like I'm guessing that she's a killer, an assassin or something like that. You know, probably she's not gonna cut my hair with those blades, although she couldn't. I don't have any, but yeah. If she's an assassin, maybe something that makes that more obvious. Maybe she's got like a little book with a number of people that she's killed on it, like, you know, like a little notebook with that. Or maybe she's got a bunch of blood somewhere, like on the blades or something. Just something else to make it clear what she's about. But yeah, that's all I got for you. What helps, Mina? Really cool. Yeah, maybe a little more saturation up here, I think, now that I brightened up everything. There we go. Yeah, but it reads really well. So very nice, like, spread of details, and shape language is kind of working here. The blades really stand out as being something that's different, you know, the only spiky things. But that's something else too, like she seems, you know, the fact that everything is rounded makes her seem less menacing in a way. So if she's meant to be an assassin, she comes off as being maybe a little soft, like literally. Yeah, moving on. So let's go to Gailey here. So she is an assassin, yeah. So maybe she's collecting like the tags, you know, of her victims, or maybe she's got like a little bit of blood left over, or maybe she's carrying something else from her victims, you know, to prove that she did the job. I don't know what that could be. Ears? I don't know. Like a necklace full of ears, or full of fingers. Something creepy, you know. Assassins, it's kind of creepy. Kind of a creepy job. Also illegal. All right. So, Gailey, yes, I did have a good week. Thank you. I hope you did too. So I have been working on a lot of perspective these last weeks, but I found that I was spending not enough time on my figure drawing. So for these coming 2 weeks, I'll be working on my figure and gesture drawing more. For this week's feedback, I made some figure and gesture drawings to show where I'm at now, and I hope to improve from this level in the coming weeks. Please let me know what you think of these and what I should improve on for the next weeks. I've started drawing digitally about a half a year ago now, but I've been drawing traditionally for over 2 years. I thought it would be fun to include some of my traditional work this time to show you what else I work on next to my art school assignments. So portrait of Ares, the god of war, made with graphite pencils. Alright. That's quite nice. That is quite nice. Yeah, it's really good drawing. Really good. So let's see those gesture drawings. Yay. Some of these, like, just watch out for proportions, you know? I love the gesture, I love the quality of your lines here, the way that you simplify everything. Very nice. Very nice overall. It's just the proportions sometimes, you know, like these legs a little short. Mostly the legs being shorter. So, like, all of this is fine, but it would just need to be a little bigger for the size of her torso. And that's kind of the same thing everywhere. So these legs too, guys, just need to be a little longer. That one's pretty good. This one too, just a little longer. Otherwise, very nice drawings. So just one thing, like these, I think that maybe that contributes to the fact that they're a little shorter, but this would be like the ankle, right? So you would still need to have like the heel below that, so it would almost be like another, because you have the ankle here, and where it touches the ground, it's actually down there. So like that extends the leg by another ball. So you just want to have the foot kind of starting a little lower than that. Your heel back here, and so when you do that, it just extends the leg just a bit more. And yeah, her crotch here just a little higher. And yeah, keeping in mind that usually this is going to land approximately at the halfway point of the body. So down here is a little too low, right? So this is not quite the half. It's a little more than that. So this is real proportions, you know, that's obviously you're working off of a real reference. So humans have shorter legs. So when you draw humans like properly with the right proportions, the leg's always going to look a little small. It kind of looks silly. We're used to it because we see it every day, but you see that also a lot in bodybuilding. So you'll see like those guys, you know, like hitting poses, big muscles. And then you look at the size of their torso, especially in some of them like have really big torso, really short legs, and it makes it look kind of silly. But it's real, it's nature, that's how it is. It's just that with art we try to just make everything more aesthetic if we can, and just to memorize it also just easier. Having the crotch at the halfway point, this forces you to have slightly longer legs. I mean, some people will have, you know, the crotch at exactly the halfway point of their body. It's more rare, but it does exist. And so just like a quick, easy trick to memorize it. So that's why, you know, I always mention this, because then when you draw it here, it's like a quick, easy thing that you can measure. So you have the entire body here, the tip of the toes there. So, you know, the crotch should be right about here. That's why I extend the leg a little more. And then when you get used to that, then you can start to shorten them if you want your drawings to look a little more realistic. But otherwise you risk, you know, the legs looking a little too short if you're not used to playing with those proportions. Hope that helps. Hope that makes sense. But yeah, like this is just all all good news looking at all this. Very, very good drawings. Just the legs, just stretch them out a little more. Yeah, looking forward to see what this looks like in a couple weeks. Uh-oh. Oh no. I did wash this shirt, by the way. I'm not wearing the same shirt. At least I hope I did. Alright. So, I don't know what else to do for my creature. I might just call it done. I tried to brighten up the area as well as play with the colors, so the corpse and spider came out a bit warmer than the background. So as you suggested, I separated the corpse head from the spider. Is that when I realized what was going on? Oh, it's a spider. Yeah, I mean the spider is a lot more obvious now. Like, yeah, if it had been like this, I don't think I would have had any questions. But oh yeah, that looks like spider eyes behind here. And you see the fangs. That's a spider. Poor lady. And the light helps a lot in here. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah, to be honest, man, I really like it. The only thing I would say is it's still kind of dark overall. It's more like a contrast thing, so it's brighter here, so there's more light in the scene, more light particles to bounce around, and so you know like this part here would probably be a little brighter. Like that's good. It's going in the right direction, but probably more. Even in the back here, we could probably see some of the detail of like the surface of her body. Like back here, you might want to add like a secondary light just to help define these things here. Maybe like some warm light coming from, I don't know. Who cares? Does it matter? Does it really matter? But just that's something. There's still something to enjoy in the shadows. It's not just like this black mass. But that's about it. I mean, maybe just worry about that around the character here. I mean, like, I don't know. It kind of looks creepy this way, and you can't really see the edges. So maybe don't need to change that. But it would still have like some bounce, you know, below the leg here, underneath the leg rather. So for sure, you know, this would probably bounce up. It's pretty close to the water. The water is very reflective. It's right where the light is shining. So at least close to the water here, having a little bit of a bounce light. I don't know why I chose a yellow light, but whatever. That will do. That kind of stuff close to the water here. What could I Google? Try to give an example of what I mean. These examples not very good. I can't really see that well. But like this thing here, for example. Well, I want to paste it. Oops. So there's a little bit more light in here, obviously, but you know, no direct light is hitting the roof here, the roof of the cave, and it's just bounce light, and so and the sun is not even hitting anywhere near this, so it's most of the bounce here is just the light of the sky, even, so it's not even direct sunlight. So like it would bounce a little bit more. So yeah, just having a little more light around the character, like around the immediate area, I think that would help. Maybe stuff in the foreground, like forget about it, you know, if you want to keep this dark to get make this feel a little creepier. But that's it, it's just lighting at this point. You know, everything is super nice. I love the composition here. The subtle colors just works really well. And it's yeah, it's just perfectly creepy. Maybe she feels too alive though. Like I don't know that you want to go for something like this, but you really want to make her feel like she's dead, you know. She lost control of her eyes. Derp. Maybe not. Maybe that's too emo. Yeah, come on, get out. Shoo. There we go. Yeah, like maybe fix this hand, not fix, but like detail this hand maybe a little more, because it's so in our face. Like we see it, it's pretty visible. So maybe like the lighting on here, on this side of the palm of the hand, maybe doesn't have much light. Like on her, on the side of the fingers here, yes. But most of that hand is kind of against the light, so and then maybe detailing with like nails and it's my color picker not working. And like maybe like narrower finger. It looks like she's wearing gloves. That hand looks good, really good from a distance. Feels like 3D. This one not as good. Yeah, the finger's a little too thick, sausagey. But that's it. That's all I got. Nice. Barbara. All right. So I have some dudes for you to critique. Left, I focused on muscles. Down, I tried to make up lighting, but I don't feel it's very convincing. Make up lighting. Oh, ballsy move. I mean, your lighting seems pretty convincing to me. If I saw this, I'd be like, maybe you use the reference. That's pretty good. What are you talking about? Look at these guys. Especially, yeah, no, that one looks really good. This one here, maybe from this angle, like it seems to indicate that the light kind of coming like this. So it's slight angle, but from the back, like not from the sides, not from the back, kind of in between. And then that's the case, like this whole mass here, like the torso volume would probably be casting shadow on that leg a little more. So maybe that's the only thing I would change here. Yeah, and then like in the neck here, like the volume start to be like the trapezius. Basically, this feels like a big chunk, you know, like a mountain, like this shape here that you added on top. But the trapezius is not quite like that, so it's more, so it's true here, but down here will be kind of like concave instead, and then convex again here. So there's kind of like a gap here that we'd probably want to reflect in the shading, but other than that, you did a really good job with the shading here. So what I mean, maybe kind of highlight the top of the clavicles. Okay, just making it feel like it's less of one mass and more of a more complex, more intricate intersection between two volumes. And then maybe on the head, like you know, if you look at kind of like this shoulder here as a good representation of the overall lighting, we have like a sphere basically with a bunch of shading down there, and then highlights here, right? Shading down there, highlights there. So just looking at the skull, now we'll probably want to do the same thing here. So the area where the light hits directly would be kind of back there in white. That would help. There we go. And so shading the head just like the sphere right here. So a little bit more top light. And from that angle, if it's hitting the top of the chest muscle, it might be able to hit part of the a little bit of light on the belly maybe. That one's trickier to imagine because the torso would be casting light partially on here. The arm would be blocking part of it, so maybe kind of just a little bit there. For this, I'd probably have to use a reference just to double check, but overall, this came out really, really good. Like this one in particular, very good. It just seems again like the light's coming from behind, so similar light direction. So this arm here, which is probably cast some more shadow. The light's coming from behind here. This whole arm will cast shadow on the torso. And this part of the shoulder here, a little bit of a shadow on the chest itself. Other than that, it looks pretty good. It's pretty damn good. Maybe the neck here, maybe that whole thing would cast shadow too. In the front here of the chest. So minor stuff. And this guy's just a muscle focus, muscle study. Yes, good. Maybe extend that just a little bit. Just so that it's not just the shoulder that we see here to give it thickness, but yeah, no, overall, I mean, this is really, really good study. That's all I got for you, Barbara. I think you did a fantastic job here. So it's tricky, you know, with these. It's just that's why using reference always good, because then you'll get used to seeing like the shadow that the body parts themselves casts on other body parts. And usually that's kind of like the last bit missing, so that seems to be the case for you here. So if you did this from imagination, that's impressive. So good job. Moving on to Marta. Thank you. I did have a good week. Hope you did too. So this week I didn't manage much more than hopefully finishing this piece. Changes from the last time. Lowered her breasts, increased her value range, decreased the frame plus painting. Excuse me, value range. Had to change her colors as per client request. I'd love to know what's your opinion. All right. Oh, yes. So composition-wise, a huge improvement already. Yeah, now it's very clear that she's the, she pops a lot more now in the piece. Yeah, it's really good. The only thing that stands out, like initially, is just like the pink of her dress. I don't mind it so much up here. But like all of this feels pretty radioactive and like very, very bright for the scene that she's in. So maybe just playing around with the values here, values / saturation. Because right now, like I see my eye going down a lot. Like to look at this because it's very interesting for the eyes. Like, whoa, a lot of saturation. I want to see what's there. Silly eyes. Let's duplicate that. Lock it. Maybe darken just a bit. Remove the saturation overall. And then it gets pretty dark down here, right? So you see kind of like a transition from light to more shadow, or to less light. Like from empty, or from filled up to more empty. It's not the right way to say it. Less light. So I would just do the same thing on the dress here. So kind of like a similar gradient. Let's do that. Darker color, saturated, maybe cool it down a bit. Let's see what we get. So, without completely changing the color of our outfit, just integrating it more with the rest of the scene. Later, Scott. And then maybe pump up some of the colors, some of the saturation on him. Maybe like the bit here that's a little closer to us. Oops. Maybe not. I just want to try it just to see if he stands out more. What is that? Not a big difference, but it's almost like we take a little bit of the attention from here, and we move it up there instead. Right, so now the dress stands out a little bit less, and he stands out just a little bit more. I feel like this would be a little better balanced. I feel like the breast should still be a little lower than that. Like this one feels better. The other one feels a little too high. But they still feel both kind of too high. Yeah, you just want to make it long enough that there's you just want to make the distance long enough from the the nipple to the shoulder. Basically, that's kind of like the line, the imaginary line that I always have in mind. You just want to make that long enough. What's enough is going to be like, I always imagine like the body like naked without breasts, so it's just like the chest muscle, and just imagining the muscle here. And and I kind of have the distance memorized almost, you know, from the shoulder to the naked here, naked version of like a dude, and then you add the breast, so it's going to be just slightly lower. What else could you use? Try to imagine, like, to think about like another distance, maybe. Making sure you have at least like one hand length of distance between the shoulder and the breast. I don't know, maybe that's not even enough. But yeah, all of this to say that they're a little too high. And it was most notable on the right side here. Maybe it's because we can't see the shoulder because it's behind the hair. But like this slope here was not long enough. Just want to make sure this. That feels better. And if it wasn't supported, it would be even lower than that. But that's it. That's all I got. Otherwise, yeah, the improvements that you made here, it's night and day. It's really, really good. Everything feels like it works well together. Maybe I don't know if it's meant to be like sunny or what. There is a little bit of a shadow here, like in the scene, so there is a light source somewhere. So I don't know. Maybe that's something else that you could add again, like adding some, sprinkling some light in there to get free gradients. Let's try that kind of stuff. Maybe it's meant to be like a sad image, like she's remembering her dad or something. In this case, maybe not. Maybe don't make it like super sunny and bright and fun, but that's not the case. Maybe a little bit of light here. Introduce some cool gradients. Warm it up. Always easy to add a splash of wow towards the end like this with some easy overlay gradients. But yeah, what the hell, Smarta? Really good improvement. Moving on to long answer here. I feel like I've been going in circle. Anyways, moving on here. So this week I spent my time experimenting on a process from grayscale to color by a combo of blending modes, namely multiply, overlay, and soft lights. What do you think of the results? If you're going to use soft light, use hard light. Soft light is just, it's more limited, you know, so it's almost like a you're trying to do something with values, and instead of having the entire range of values to play around with, you only have like the center, like the middle portion, so like 30% of it. So if you ever want to make it more, like you'll have to duplicate the layer, blah blah blah. So instead, just use hard light and reduce the opacity. It'll be the same thing. If you need more opacity, you can just crank it up with the slider. So I also did the background in grayscale, but I had a hard time pushing it to color. All right, so number one here. Little dark. That's the first thing that I noticed. It's kind of hard to see what's going on, just because it's so dark. Let's brighten this up. And you should always do this check, you know, like bring up your curves here, and like if you see like a lot of spikes, if you see a lot of little bars here on the left side, like in that one square, right, and that quarter basically, Usually that's a hint that your values maybe not used as best as you could. If you crank it up, look at this, look at the spread here afterwards. Already, you know, starting to creep into the second quarter here. It's already better. I mean, it's pretty dark still, but it's getting better. Really good shading on the braids here. That's really good. Miss Cyclops. I mean, for the back, you know, like you have a lot of stuff in there. Always good to separate your clouds, your different planes, essentially. So if you have something that's in front of something else, like have those on different layers. It makes it a lot simpler when it comes to coloring. Because right now, you know, if I were to, or if you were to use gradient map for the background here, like everything would be colored the same way, and clouds not the same color as the sky. It's not the same color as the mountain, and so you would need like different gradient maps to make that work. But you could still get started with this. So get just like a base. So everything that's brighter here is going to be the clouds. So we want this to be more white. You could start with something like that. If you don't have it split on different layers, and then you can go back in here and like choose the mountain here. Like this is gonna be such a dirty way. Dirt. Why can't I say this word? Dirty. There we go. It's not that hard. And for those that didn't know, obviously I'm not a native English speaker. But yeah, and then once you have that, you can just go back in there, merge it, and then color balance to something different. So if this is the mountain, now it's green. All right, and now you have your clouds too that you need to kind of change. So obviously that's not the best way to work. So hopefully you have that on a separate layer, and you can do this process. You know, you can use gradient maps for every individual layer, rather than having to go back in there and kind of just adjust the colors, or more like the clouds. Just keep it for later. You know, add the clouds afterwards. Don't need a gradient map for clouds really. Yeah, overall just a little bit more light in here. I think that'd be better. So when you shade here, like try to avoid hinting at colors. So, you know, the hair can be dark, and the end result can be this dark, but the hair, like the shading of the hair doesn't need to be that dark. You know, you can, the colors, the like the brightness of the colors, the darkness of the colors, the individual colors. Don't worry about that until you get to the grayscale part. Because, you know, even with super soft shading like this for the face, if you wanted her face to be black, you know, you could still totally do it with gradient map. So if the hair was this bright too, and you wanted the hair to look dark in the end, you could still totally do that. So it's more restrictive when you shade with a color in mind. So like the background here, like the boat, you know, what this seems like is that there's no light at all. Like she's on a boat that has no light. Or I don't know, maybe not a boat, but whatever she's on. And so yeah, so adding gradient maps to that wouldn't really make a big difference. It's supposed to be black anyways, or there's not supposed to be any light, and so regardless of the color, it's always going to be black. So go more subtle on the shading. I think you're gonna have a better time. So here, you know, like as you see the light of the skin, darker shade for the shirt. All of that should be similar value. When you add your flat colors, then you'll be playing with colors. That's something different. But Grayscale, everything should be shaded kind of like the same level. So maybe let me show you an example of that. Of what I mean. So just like an older drawing, but we reduce the light, the lines. So there's no way to tell, right, in here what color is what. It's all shaded the same. So that's what I mean. This is what you should focus on when you're doing the shading. Don't think about colors. Like even if the hair was meant to be dark, it doesn't matter. You do that at the gradient map part. Don't worry about it yet. Because if the hair's too dark, then it locks you in with a darker color. And if the hair's too dark, again, you don't have that range of values to play around with. The gradients, your options will be more limited when it comes to the gradient map. So always leave yourself the most option possible. That's why gradient map is so nice, so good, so powerful. But you need to have the right gradient map first, or the right shading rather, for that to work, to make good use of it. But yeah, so just looking at the face here. So again, if I want this to be darker, and you see like there's shadow on the face here. Not yet. Don't play with the shadows just yet. That's gonna be the light later. So you're just gonna add light. Her face here is like the cap maybe would occlude some of the light, so you'll have a little bit less light where they meet. But don't worry about hard shadows right now. It's just shading for now. Imagine that you're outside and it's overcast, right? You're not gonna see your shadow on the ground if it's super cloudy outside. If you're wearing a cap, you're not gonna see really any shadow on your face. It might be a little darker, like up here, where the light kind of gets tucked in, like in the crack between your forehead and the hat itself. But that's it. And now once you have something like this, gradient map. If you want to make her look real dark, then you can. Right? It's just playing with values at this point. Now her face is super dark, but you started with a really, really bright shading. That's the power of gradients. So okay, so she's in a hot hair balloon. Yeah. So in that case, if she's in the air, it's probably going to be a lot of light from the sky, just a lot of bounce light in here. So it'll be quite bright, if anything. So not super dark like you have it here. It's kind of like a nice blue tint everywhere on the inside. So yeah, just like this change in the process is going to make a big difference in the end result. And you should feel a lot with a lot more. Excuse me, you should feel like you have a lot more options. Once you get to the gradient map. This one here though, that was good, really good. Not too dark, not too much contrast. I mean, it's a big difference between the contrast on the shirt and on the skin. Like skin. Excuse me. So yeah, looking at the contrast here, like the darkest that you go. Get out of here. The darkest that you go for skin is this, so like a mid-gray, right? It doesn't go past that, and your highlights this much. But when it comes to the shirt here, you go like really dark, and highlights halfway. So you're using for the skin the top, like the brightest 50% of your value range, and for the shirt you're using the lower 50% of your value range. Try to get this a little closer, because unless the skin is like a shining light, which it isn't, it would have similar values. Similar, not identical, but similar. So if it goes this dark, then it'll probably go that dark here. There's no light escaping. It'll probably go that dark here, where no light is able to escape. Back here too, in the ears, that'd probably be all dark, all black. So maybe just brighten up the shirt a little bit, add a little more contrast on the skin, but try to get your value range kind of similar across the board. Really nice proportions here, cool pose, very good shading. Other than that, looks really good. And maybe a little bit of a gradient. Once again, kind of what I mentioned to Marta just now. But creating again like a sense of gradient from bottom to top. So either adding a little more light up here or reducing the lights down there, or a combination of the two. Anyways, that's about it. I hope that helps. Moving on to Luca. All right. So, after a period of art block during which I just practiced poses and anatomy, I finally found some inspiration to represent a character of mine. Sadly, I did mess with the layers of the basic structure and the process has been lost. Oh no. But I'm pretty proud of how it turned out. I still not reached the lessons about rendering a material, so I'm just trying to experiment with a bit of that. Alright. Do you still have some tips about the anatomy, especially the face and the pose? Let's see. So that's the reference. Who that? Ooh. Nice. That's a lot more daring. That came out pretty damn good. Drunk cat. Right, the first thing here that I'm noticing is just your choice of color. So a little like your flat colors in general. So a little too dark here for the cats. We really don't see a whole lot of detail in the face just because it's so dark overall. So yeah, just brightening that up will help. The rest of the values on the character though feels pretty good. Yeah, it's really just like the cat fur that real dark. Let's try to brighten that up. Because right now, like from a distance, almost just looks like a silhouette. Like you really can't make up any of the details on the inside of the silhouette. And I see details up close, so they clearly are there. Let's make them pop. All right, kitty bro. Let's brighten you up. Ooh. So obviously right now it's so dark that if I brighten this up, most of the shading is not gonna come along with. It'll just be kind of like a flat color, which is basically what this is. Maybe if I try with the layers, the levels. Let's cheat and add some inner glow real quick. Some free shading. No inner glow. Some inner glow. Hacks. Oh no. And see the difference. So now we see the details a little better. Of course, like I said, none of the shading kind of carried over, but now at least we can see the face. Like, oh, he's happy. He's got a face. So that was kind of like the initial thing. One of the colors in your color palette is just really, really too dark. Even if it's like it's supposed to be a blackout. I mean, you can desaturate it. Because black surfaces under bright lights, it don't look black. It's going to look a little much brighter than that. And so does fur. Yeah, when it comes to the pose, like that's pretty nice. Maybe just this one like might be more. This one feels pretty straight up. Not this. Jesus. There we go. This one feels like this. So the hips of the cat kind of like right there. Yeah, I mean, he can like spread open his legs. But maybe from this angle, it would make more sense if the other leg kind of followed in the same direction, similar direction. Like sitting on the same, at the feet here. Where the knees are pointing forward. Rather than this knee pointing to the side. Otherwise, it feels like he might slip off the shoulder. Doesn't feel like he's got a good sitting position. And last thing about the drawing itself, probably need some extra lines here in the neck to make the connection. because what this is really is just like a big cylinder, right? That you're plopping on the front of it. A big cylinder that you're inserting into the torso. And so from here, just the neck muscles. And like your shading would reflect that as well. That this is a cylinder. Like this is super exaggerated. Of course, you'd want to blend it better than this. But there would be kind of like some sort of indication here for the volume of the neck. It wouldn't be shaded the same light or the same color as the rest of the chest. I mean, you don't need to cover the face either. I mean, it could just be, instead of having it like super obvious, like pointing in the same direction like I did here, you could have it slightly open still, so that maybe the knee is right there. But it's just this part of the leg here that seems like it's kind of weirdly rotated. It would need to be pointing in the same direction as the other leg, probably. So yeah, something more like this. All right, so you have the knee here, knee there, pointing forward. And this way you wouldn't, it would be kind of like a minimal change. No need to draw anything in front of the face. Really cool image though. Yeah, so far so good. So I don't know where you want to take this. If you want to venture into lighting it, and but yeah, when you have like drawings like this that have a lot of details, the lighting is always kind of the great equalizer. It helps just put everything and make everything feel like it's part of the same thing. Because you do have a lot of colors in here, so you have some like pretty bright colors down there, pretty vivid colors up here, very saturated up here, very dark, very bright. So like using colors to help the composition might be something that you want to do maybe a little bit more of. Or maybe just adjusting the brightness of the colors. And, like having this here, not necessarily a bad thing if you're going to light this up later. If you add some shadow on top, and like suddenly that becomes less important now. It's like, oh, whatever. It's not, doesn't stand out as much now that it's shaded because it's not as bright. If you don't do that, then it's just kind of like this super bright, colorful spot, like on the edge of the drawing here. So like the eye is always kind of like trying to look down there because that's unique. You don't have that anywhere else. So you try to basically use that to your advantage by locating those details around your focal point here. So if you have something that needs to be this color, maybe it's a color or a necklace here, or maybe it's earrings, or maybe it's something, maybe it's part like that little thing on the forehead, or like a detail in the top here. I don't know what it could be. Yeah, using colors to your advantage. So usually, we're attracted to saturation, to vivid, bright, saturated colors. So having more of those around the focal point here, around the face, having less of that as you go away from it. And no, not a problem at all. Tag me any chance you get. I always try to repost if I see it. Yeah. And if you know, if colors are starting to, I mean, you're using a reference already, so yeah, you're going off of that. So it's not like all your decisions, right, to add this kind of color there. But still, like, this doesn't stand out, right? It is the same color. It's like this turquoise color, but it doesn't pop as much as what you have here, because yours is just like, it's just cleaner in your case here. So like the color shouts louder. Like, look at me, much louder than it does as a tiny detail here without much saturation. So just kind of keeping that vibe. Yeah. Otherwise, that came out really, really good. Yeah, not the easiest pose to get right, but I think you did pretty damn good here. Last thing I'll say, really quick, I was just looking at this shoulder here. This shoulder might be a little too far from the torso. So if that is indeed the shoulder, I think you just want to push that closer to the neck. So maybe the shoulder's right here instead. And then that would be just the arm starting there. Torso. But that's it. Hope that helps. Moving on to run. No 3D model. Impressive. So on the left is the process, in the middle is the final image. Pretty happy with the result, but I feel like it still isn't professional enough to be like a comic book cover. To be on. Yeah. So any tips on how to push it to the next level? Also, I want to ask, during your time at Blizzard, how often do you use references in your work? Does the tight time schedule allow doing so? I mean, if anything, references speeds up the process. Most of my time at Blizzard, I was a 3D artist, so I did some concept, and yeah, whenever you do concept art, almost always you use references, especially when you do the work professionally. You know, like you know that this is going to be seen by a lot of people that know a lot about that particular subject. You know, if you're just showing it off to your friends, and you draw, like, imagine that you're drawing like a samurai armor, whatever. And you're like, I kind of know what that looks like. And then you draw it and you're like, man, that kind of looks like a samurai. And then you show it to your friends, and your friends don't know much about it either. And they're like, that looks like a samurai. That's cool, bro. But then if you do the same thing on a video game and then you show it to the world, and some people have maybe studied that stuff in detail, and then you're going to be like, bro, this concept is trash. That's not at all what it should look like. And so you want to avoid that. So that's why you do your research. You know, every time that you draw something, anything, you really want to make sure that you do your research, that you become really knowledgeable about the thing that you're drawing, so that it looks like it makes sense, it looks believable, and that you're not gonna get those people out there that know a lot about that criticizing the work. So yes, it references all the time. Then. So what would take this to the next level? I mean, like not having a background is a big deal. So having a background will help. It doesn't need to be anything too fancy. Just something to hint that there's something back there that is not in front of like a green screen, in front of a sheet where you have like the photographer in front. Act a little more imposing. Oh yeah, that's good. So I don't know. Maybe he's like in a dark alley somewhere. Or maybe it's just like a brick wall behind him. It doesn't need to be much, to be honest. Just a little something. to add more depth. So it's nice, you know, that you have a little bit of mist already that separates him from the background. That makes his silhouette more, well, stand out more. But what if back here maybe that's like a street and that's where the light's coming from, so he's like in a side street, in a back street somewhere, and you have like the very busy what's going on? There we go. Let me try to clean up this thing. There we go. Okay. So, as I was saying, so maybe there's the street back here, so you're gonna get like some, maybe it's at night and so it's pretty dark, but maybe you got some light from the streets, some shops in the far distance. Whatever. And then right behind him here, so that's kind of like a brick wall. Close to the light there, you're gonna get maybe a little bit of the bounce light from the street. Then closer down the alley, it gets a little darker. And maybe it's like a lamp. The lamp up here, that's why it's kind of blue. So maybe you can have that reflected on the wall here just a little bit. Really doesn't need to be much, you know. Like this looks like ass, but yeah, I'm sure you can make it look better than that. But already now it feels like oh he's part of something. That's already more involving. Yeah, like I'm now a little bit more intrigued by what's going on here. Maybe a little bit of overlay. And yeah, anyway, so background number one, and then it's just going to be making sure that your anatomy is perfect, especially for comic books. You know, like those guys draw characters back to back all day long, so they're really good with their anatomy. They just know that stuff 100%, and so if it's just slightly off, it's not going to look professional. I mean, some professionals not that good, but I'm talking about like the good artists and really good ones. So in here that looks pretty good, but like his chest, his torso is a little short, so maybe you'd want to make that a little bigger. That arm here, like we can't really see the details. Maybe that's something that might be worth improving. So giving him like slightly bigger shoulder to match with the rest of his musculature. Is that how you say it? And then it's just lighting. So light, materials, everything that the light involves, essentially. So see on his head here, like I can't really tell, you know, like what type of material his suit is. It's already better. Like you did a good job here already, like hinting at the material, like the shininess of this material here. That's cool. Maybe just do more of it. Shinier, more contrast. And then yeah, so in here, I mean, it could be kind of like just a matte material, but there would be some light bouncing in the scene here. So whether it's coming from down there, or you know, if you have light hitting the top of his head here, that would probably also reach the side of the chest, part of this shoulder, the front of the arm. this case, you probably have like some really intense shadows because it's probably like a spotlight in the street. So the fall off here might be a little bit more, a little sharper, and like some of his body parts gonna cast shadow on other body parts. So like part of this neck here, that's gonna cast shadow onto part of the side here, the body maybe. Then some reflection from the street here. So in addition to like this little highlight there, it's even more. And then yeah, like refining this. Is this completely matte? Probably not. You know, it's not gonna be like a shirt where there's really no highlight at all. It's a body. It's a skin tight bodysuit. So you're gonna get, if the fabric is stretched a little bit, it will have a little bit of a shine to it. So adding like just a specular here. So now you got like a brighter spot, but no specular, nothing to indicate what the material is. So it could be just like a diffuse highlight like this. Now it makes this really shiny. Maybe it's less than that. Like how does the light behave here on the edges? The light is more concentrated. Maybe a little more highlights. Punching out the highlights just in the corners here, like just before it transitions away from our point of view. And here, probably some bounce light too. Might be super subtle, but you'll probably get something. Yeah, the next level is light. That's really all it is. Making sure that you have some sort of background, and then that the background light is, you know, impacting the character. That you have all the good shadows on here. Then making sure that the anatomy is perfect. Like this line down here, that's not quite right, you know, that doesn't reflect correct anatomy. Seen from this angle, the bicep would be much thinner, if that's the width of the arm, or it might be that this is the bicep right here, and then the tricep is kind of missing. That might be something else that adds mass to the arm. And in that case, you know, this shadow here would be a little off. Need to, and yeah, that light, that highlight back here, I don't know that you would have much of a highlights anyways, so maybe you can just get rid of that and use the softer shading to what? Oh, that's why I'm using overlay. That's why. Maybe just a softer color, less contrast to represent the shading here. But the arm is not just a cylinder, right? So yeah, it's all of that. It seems like little stuff, but it really makes a big difference. So yeah, I don't know. It feels more wow, right? And it's the same base. I'm using just your character, so it's there. You know, the potential is all there. It's just tuning it up just a bit more. That helps. Louisa, how are we doing on time? All right, good. So, please find the pen control assignment on the left side. My lines are really shaky, and I'm unable to draw any circle ellipses correctly. Although I have made this exercise many times, perhaps you can recommend any other exercises on this topic. I mean, yeah, so that's why this is number one, right? So if your lines here are not straight, then your circles won't be straight either. So it's just kind of overall. I mean, it could also be potentially your tablet. You know, maybe the input of the pen, the way that it's being registered by the software, by the tablet itself, is not the best. And so Like sometimes, you know, people will get they trace a straight line, and like the pen will do that kind of stuff. Like you can't really see the, but you know, like the waviness here. I did this, but sometimes the tablet just does that. Sometimes when you try to go down here, like the tablet will have like a little shift in the surface that captures the pen input, and that's gonna create like those waves. So I don't know, it depends. Maybe it's a tablet, but also probably partially just hand dexterity, you know. So it's kind of like learning to ride a bike. At the beginning, you're falling off, you know, pretty easily, and the more you do it, the more comfortable you get. It's the same thing here. But yeah, I like that you're being confident with these. You know, you're not kind of like using multiple lines. But yeah, in your case, I don't think it's necessarily the circle that's the problem. It's just like overall pen control. So just practicing that stuff more and more, going from one point to the other, using kind of like your entire arm when you do it. So not just the wrist, you know, I don't go like that because you really don't have a lot of control this way. Instead, it's way better to just go like this. Same thing with the circle. Don't do the circle like this. Go like this. It's the same idea as having a what's the thing, like on the cameras, you know, like when you have something that kind of what's the word, gizmo? No, is that it? Gimbal, not gizmo. Yes, like these things, you know, like it adds kind of like a suspension essentially to your movement. So it's like a car suspension. It absorbs the shock, the little imperfections. So when you just use your wrist, it's like you have no suspension at all. So like any little bump, any imperfection, you'll feel it right away. But if you use your entire arm, then you kind of guys, it's almost like using the smoothing tool here. So you're essentially doing this, but naturally with your elbow. If that makes sense. And if you're using Wacom, yeah, you shouldn't have any problem with those kinds of things. One thing to know about Wacom though is that they're Cintiq Pro, which used to be just the regular Cintiqs before. Cintiq Pro, that's the end game stuff, you know, like that's the best that you can get pretty much on the market right now. There's nothing that even comes close. But the Cintiq, like just Cintiq without the Pro, those are so those versus like your like XP Pen or Huion brands, very similar. Like those mid-range tablets, I mean it's the top range for Huion and XP Pen, but those are very equivalent and way cheaper. So I would go with that instead, unless you're ready to dish out a lot more money and to get a Cintiq Pro. Cintiq Pro is the top. You can't beat that. Yeah, so just keep that in mind. Yeah, nothing here seems unusual. Like I keep my stuff all default, you know. I don't play around with this stuff. Like I said, it's default for a reason because it works pretty well, especially by Wacom. You know, like they tested, they have a lot of data for that kind of stuff. But yeah, whatever. No, you can change it. Like that's not gonna change much anyways. But that wouldn't be what causes your issues here. I would try though to do it on paper if that's any different. And also it depends a lot if it's a tablet where you're drawing on the screen, and if that's the case, then that should be very similar to paper, to real paper, because it's the same movements, the same, you know, you look at where you're drawing. So if you're using a pen tablet instead, so where you have to draw here and look on the screen, kind of what I do during those streams, you know, like right now I'm looking at my secondary screen, I'm not looking at the Cintiq. That takes a little bit more practice, definitely. You know, when I got my first tablets with a screen, that was not a thing, that didn't even exist. So the only option I had was just a pen tablet, and getting used to that disconnect between, you know, my hands and where I look, the screen that I'm looking at. That took a while. It took a couple of weeks, and then a couple more weeks to be very used to it, so that it doesn't really impact the work. But yeah, that might be the case. So yeah, you're asking for a model to recommend. Get a Cintiq Pro if you can afford it. It's super expensive though. But probably don't need that level of, you know, quality. I don't even have that. But you can also use just get like an XP pen or Huion. 16 inches. Those are pretty good. 16 inches is about as much as you'll need in terms of screen. You know, like I have a bigger tablet, but I never use the whole thing. I'll use just a portion of it. So if you want to use it as a display, you know, to watch TV or to watch movies or whatever on Netflix, then maybe get a 22 inch. But the 16 or the 22 inch that they offer, Huion and XP pen, should be pretty damn solid. And I would say that those are better than the Wacom's, just because they're way cheaper and they're about equivalent in terms of quality. If anything, the Wacom's a little less, not quite as good, which is a weird thing to say. But yeah, they kind of dropped the ball with the mid-range, the more budget stuff. And 2 projects involving 2 of my friends in photo manipulation. All right. Uh-oh. He's about to turn into dinner. That works pretty well. I would just maybe remove some of the kind of like the white, you know, that you have on him. Something closer to that would probably work better. And then the background, I think you did a great job with it. So like desaturating, adding a little bit of snow behind the character. That's good. But he's so close to the camera. He's so like big in the frame that yeah, even if it was like super snowy, I think we'd still see him a little bit better than that. Just a little more contrast on him and on this little guide on there. Otherwise, that's nice. One thing to keep in mind too is like looking at the light, you know, always where the light source is coming from. So in here, like this guy's lit on this side of the face of his face. You get a highlight here and you get shadows there. So light coming from here, most likely. But on the bear, it's a little harder to see. Like you can kind of tell there's a little more light there, right? There's a little bit of a highlight on this side. You can't see it as much. So the bear is more lit this way. It's similar, but it's more intense on him. So maybe you could have add a little more on the bear here, crank up the highlight on that side, or maybe just reduce the highlight on this guy's face. Anyways, other than that, it looks good. Yeah, that works pretty well. It's just a contrast in the face, you know, that you have a lot of contrast down here. It's pretty dark, here it's pretty bright. the nose here, under the nose, you know, you see like the dark shadow. You're just kind of missing that here. Just kind of add that back in there. Same thing in the middle of the mouth, you know, between the lips, a little darker too. The eyes, you know, the dark of the eyes here, a little darker as well. I think this is pretty dark. But yeah, other than that, like the two seem really well integrated. Well, that helps. All right, so moving on to Maria. By the way, make sure that you hide the private parts on your references. I got this one, you know, I did it before the stream, but just so that we don't get shut down, just so that Facebook doesn't shut down this whole operation. Because Facebook and nudity, they don't see things eye to eye. I kept practicing. I'm good, by the way. I hope you're good too. So I kept practicing on torso muscles, but this time in women. Am I confusing muscle with the fat on the number 2, or is it good? Number 2, muscle versus fat. No, I mean, there is clearly a layer of fat here, but I think you spotted everything pretty well. Yeah, like this, like we can't, the serratus anterior muscle, that's a good example, like that kind of stuff. The second that you have a little bit of layer, a little bit of fatty layer, you're gonna lose that, but that's exactly where it should be. So well spotted. Yeah, I think you did great here. That looks really good. Yeah. So, I mean, you're contouring the breast here. That's not part of the muscle, but I know that you know that just based off of this version here. But like you're probably not gonna get this kind of curve, right? It'll be more. And it feels like the symmetry line here is a little off for the chest muscle, like for the abs spot on. You just want to continue that up here, kind of like a straight line. So that the right chest lands right here in the center. And then this line, a little more direct, so less waviness to it. Going into the abdominal group. Other than that, well spotted. Yes, very good. So first, fold study. Any advice at this point? Painted in grayscale and then gradient map. Ooh, that was good. That's good use of a gradient map because it looks like you painted it with colors. You get those nice rich shadows. Yeah, that's really good. Really good. Yeah, honestly, I don't have a whole lot to say here. Maybe just like at the ends of the fold, like the end meaning like this here, before it transitions from a fold to no fold. Maybe smooth out that part a little more, because it's always a little abrupt, you know, the way that it ends in your case. So like this one here starts pretty sharp back here, up there, and then it kind of fades away. In your case, you know, maybe could fade more. And kind of the same idea everywhere here. So like this fold here, the way that it fades into the rest of the shirt, a little bit more, a little softer of a transition. Kind of the same idea throughout. So back here too, like this one here is pretty sharp on yours. This one's a lot more soft. So yeah, that's it. Kind of throughout. Other than that, like the way that you position them, the way that you build the shapes in here, that looks great. Yeah, just the softness of some of these folds here. But overall, like the values feel really good. Especially like on the right side, on her left side. Maybe on the right shoulder, her right shoulder, like there's a little bit more light up here, like on the top of the sleeve, like here, right? It goes dark to lighter. You don't have that here. That's kind of like the only thing missing. Just adding that back in. Now we're in business. Yay. Very good study. Very good. Yeah, and then just keep using references that that are more valuable for you. Things that you think you might be drawing more in the future. All right, so that's a good example, like a fabric with baggy, like just a baggy shirt. That's something that probably you'll draw a bunch. That's pretty common. So that's a good reference. Very good, nice and clear too. Yeah, you nailed it. Really good, Marc. Right. No worries. About the privates, but it's more like in case I miss it, you know, in case I go too quick and I don't notice. All right, Renee. So I am doing good. Hope you're good too. So since this is the piece I produced for the Perspective 2 class, I tried splashing some quick basic colors on the piece to help push towards the atmosphere a little bit, forward the atmosphere. How do you think I could push this piece further? I mostly struggle with creating good air perspective on the towers, especially for the colored version. Super curious. All right. That feels a lot more grand with just colors added. Like now it's at night, it feels more real. Like, whoa, oh, that was good. That looks really good. So at night like this, you know, especially if we're looking at something that's against the sky, like the light is coming from the sky, it's coming from the moon, and then if we're looking at something that's in front of that, it's almost like you're looking at something that's against the sun, right? So it'll be mostly like just a shadow, not a shadow, but like a silhouette. We won't see much of the details on the inside. That's kind of what would happen with these big towers. So instead of going to white, it would just go darker than the sky. Unless there's a lot of light coming from it within the castle, if this is a castle. You know, maybe it's like a city inside, and that's all that light would definitely reflect on these buildings. So it'd be a little brighter here. Kind of what you have already. But as you go towards the top, away from that light, that would get darker and darker and darker. In reality, you know, it would be more like that if there was no light anywhere else. The sky is always the brightest thing at night, at least. I shouldn't say always, that's not true at all, But when something's against the light, something's against the sky, you'll see it darker because you can't see the. I mean, you'll see maybe a little bit of the side here where the light is hitting the wall. So yeah, that might be a little brighter. But in the shadows, there's really not going to be a whole lot of light at all, so that'll be quite dark. But yeah, but then again, like I said, if there's a little bit of it's a party going on in town and people have some lights, then maybe some of this is going to be lit up. But that's a little advanced. Probably just that fix would do it. So slightly darker. Yeah, and then closer to the ground here. Maybe you could go darker too. New layer. Just again, introducing gradients whenever you can. Gradients in color, gradients in values, always nicer. And in this case, you can just imagine where's the light hitting first, and probably whatever's closer to the sky. So like this top of the door, I mean, it's not gonna be a big difference, but just to introduce a little bit of a gradient, maybe more than what you had already. Make this wall feel more epic. Yeah, so it's a little tricky at night. The effect of atmospheric perspective is definitely lessened big time at night, because what creates that effect in the first place is just air, not air, excuse me, it's light. And so if you have less light, then the effect is not as intense. And at night, we definitely have less light. We don't have direct sunlight at all. We just have bounce light from the moon, so much less intense. And yeah. But your perspective, like your scene in here, that's good. You did good. That wall looks sick, and like the fact that you measured everything here, you know, like the distance here being less and less and less with every section. Ooh, nice touch. That looks really good. Feels very imposing. Moving on. Dennis. Actually, it's what, 2 hours now? Yeah, so let's take a little break. So Dennis, I'll get on your case right after a short break. So just 5 minutes. Loosen up the legs, move around a little bit, stay healthy. I'll be right back. All right. Had to reply to an important email. Took a little longer, sorry. But I'm back, so let's keep going. All right, Dennis. Let's resume with you. I added some midtones and highlights to my previous submission. As always, please let me know how I did and what you believe can be improved. All right. And then the questions. So let's take a look at this first. All right, that was good. Yeah, I think maybe just like soften them up a little more, you know, because it feels like you look at this highlight here on the cheek, right, and it kind of contours the eyes. You have a little bit like around the nose here, a little bit more. And then on this side of the cheek, there's still light, you know, that reaches this area, but it's definitely not as bright as the other cheek. In your case, it seems like it's the same gray. Am I right? This one, that one. Yeah, there's a slight difference, but if you look at this comparison and this, a lot more, right? It's a lot more contrast. I should have kept what I had before. So yeah, I just want to get to that kind of contrast, that kind of level. So I mean, darkening that side could do it a little bit more. There we go. And then just using a smudge brush to spread out the highlights on her cheek, on the nose. Basically just more of it. A little bit more light. Seems like it's brighter in the reference. Yeah, that's like a really important part of the process too, to look at different points of references, different points of reference. So like both sides, you know, like comparing things that are supposed to be identical, but what happens when they are lit differently. So cheek's a good example, like one cheek to the other cheek. What's the difference here? Is this one brighter, this one brighter? How much brighter? Same thing with the forehead. You know, the forehead is kind of like this curved surface. So is that side, you know, if that side here against the light versus that side that receives more of the light, is that contrast proper? Or done properly? Because really, you know, this looks like a big sphere if you look at this. And it's just like a section of that sphere. That's her forehead. But it's lit just the same way. And so, how is this value versus that in the center versus this side? So yeah, in your case, I mean, it's just probably the contrast overall could be just a little improved, just a little punched up. So a little bit more here, a little more here, a little more there on the nose, and then a nicer, smoother transition between the highlights and the rest of the face. Yeah, I mean the way, you know, the way that you position the highlights, it's right on the money. It's just more of it. That's turning out real good. Yeah, and the neck definitely better this way. Excuse me, not as thick. That's good, man. And question, so for someone who has a good amount of free time on their hand, how much time daily do you think I should be dedicated to improving in arts if they aspire to have the skills of a Riot illustrator or someone such as yourself? Riot illustrator is way better than I am, but a lot. So yeah, to get to that level, you know, it's just a lot of sacrifice. Really, that's what you should see when you look at this. Probably not a whole lot of social life, and that's not like a personality. I wouldn't say it's a personality fault or like a defect or anything like that. It's just they, myself included, much rather spend time drawing and creating stuff than hanging out with friends. Hanging out with friends still fun, and this place for that, of course, but a lot of time, so much so that it will impede on your social life. It will impede on your other, you know, hobbies, and so a lot. That's the answer. As much as you can. So I remember when I was like right before I got into the industry, so like in the period of my life where I was the most productive was right around 18, like 18 to 19 to 20 years old. And that's when I saw the most amount of improvement. That's how I got in the industry in the first place. And so at that time I was doing, a good 8 hours a day, at least on average every day. I would just draw all night, maybe more than that actually. Yeah, because at that point I had just like around that time had just left my side job, and I was waiting to go back to college. So I had a good like 6 months of just free time, So yeah, all night long I would paint. Throughout the day I would think and start painting for the next day's painting. So a lot. But you only need to do that for a couple of years. It's not like you need to be this productive, this immersed in the art for your entire life. Not at all. It took me just a couple of years of just like really and just intense work. So I would say on average probably like 5 years of doing that, just a ton, all the time. You'd get to a pro level, pretty much guaranteed. But also there's a clear range here, not all of these are tackling, paintings that are as complicated. So like this is a lot easier to do versus something like this. This one, that one, probably the two highest difficulty pieces in here. And so it's also good to get to a point where you can understand why that is. I don't know. I think that answers it. Just draw a lot. So so that's just to quickly go back to this. So if you feel bad about yourself, that's I'm not talking about you in particular, but if you look at other people's art and you're like, oh man, that's so good, I'll never reach that level. Well, something to make you feel better is that the better it is, the more sacrifice that person has made in their life to achieve that level. So sacrifice with just life, just dating, maybe other hobbies. So it's just they're kind of all in that one thing and probably lacking in a lot of other things. So time is the resource that we don't have a lot of. It's limited for everybody. It's the same for everyone until whatever, you get the idea. So if they're better at something, that means that they're not as good at something else. And so when you see these artists, I'm not talking about all of them, and I don't know their life situation. I don't know, maybe it's their best piece ever, I don't know. So or maybe it's just like nothing for them to do this. But there's always this other side of the medal. If you're really good at something, you sacrifice something else in return. Like a deal with the devil. Alexandra. So, sorry if I'm not submitting much this week. I've been working on other drawings too. I want to polish them a bit more. No problem. So, here's my first fold and anatomy studies. How does it look? And then another note. I know I still have a long way to go, but I was wondering what career path would suit my art style more. Quite lost about where I could fit in the industry, and like to start focusing more on the triangle goal. A tangible triangle goal. Wait a minute. A tangible goal rather than just wanting to get better with no direction at all. Well, one funny thing about art is that I can give you my opinion, but it was what it was for me. For example, I'm not saying that's the way to go also, but just an example. I had no idea either until I got an offer to work in video games. So until that point where I got the offer to work at a game studio, never once crossed in my mind that I would work as a game developer. I was just working on my art, getting better, maybe some some magazines would contact me, like Imagine Effects contacted me to do a tutorial. Oh, that's cool. I can certainly do that. Hell yeah. What is that going to lead to? I don't know. Maybe I would just do more of that. Maybe I would, maybe some schools might have asked me at some point to start doing workshops, and then maybe that's what I would be doing a lot of now. Just workshop after workshop, like in person, I'm going to different schools. So like my career could have gone many different routes. It's just so happened that I got this offer. I'm like, sure, why not? So I ended up as a game developer, but I wouldn't be stressing out too much. It's a lot of the stuff kind of clears up over time if you don't know right now. As you get better, as long as you keep improving and getting better, like you'll see new opportunities come by more often, and that will give you more exposure. It's almost like suddenly you become like a supermodel and like everybody wants to date you. Like suddenly you have a lot of choice. You can make better decisions. So that weird analogy aside, it also depends a lot of your preference. Right now you might not necessarily feel like you have anything that you prefer to do. Like maybe you like characters better, but maybe you like more casual outfits like this, working off of references. Kind of like a more illustrator approach rather than a designer approach. A lot of that you'll find out over time, like as you do it more and more and more, like which one is less of a chore for you. The hell? Ryan chilling in a hot tub in the mountains? That's nice. Maybe one day that's where I'll be streaming from. But yeah, because this is really good. It's a really good sketch. Really good drawing. Maybe I would give her a little more of a neck. This one we can't really see a lot of it, but just the distance between. Actually, it's pretty spot on, huh? I'm just gonna say like the difference between the shoulder here and the chin is different, but it's kind of the same. Then I think it's just the slope here that fools the eyes. It's more direct. In here you feel more like you have the stop of the shoulder, and then the trapezius kind of takes over. So maybe just having more of that makes her neck feel longer. But this looks great. Nice folds. If you just look at this, it's pretty convincing. Yeah, you can totally tell that there's tension here. Like the little skirt of the little shorts being pulled. This leg here exerting a little bit of tension forward, this one backwards. And yeah, all of that looks really good. You don't have too many folds also, you don't have too much patterns in your folds. Iris quite well. Proportions are good. Yeah. So where I could fit in the industry, a lot of routes, a lot of possible routes. I mean, you could eventually also just become somebody that does art on Patreon, and that's it. Like you have fans, a lot of fans, and they really like your stuff. And every time that you create something, they're happy and they're willing to pay for that, a little bit of money. If you gain enough people that they can support you financially completely, then that's great. That can be your job. A lot of artists just do that for their career. But if you want to work for somebody, right? So if you want to be an employee, where you have something like more of a structure to your life, I guess, something where it's very clear that you work there. As long as you do a good job, you get a salary. There's no other stress other than that, like maybe losing customers and that kind of stuff. Like, oh, maybe I won't be able to pay for bills. That can be pretty stressful if you're freelancing. So if you really want to work for a studio, then yeah, I guess your options are a little bit more limited, and makes it easier to recommend something. But clearly, you know, working on characters, you're pretty good at characters, so you have kind of two routes going from here. Going from there, you go as a character concept artist. So a character concept artist, so focusing on character designs a lot, making sure that you come up with cool new outfits, that you do a lot of research whenever you design something new to make sure that you become not necessarily professional, excuse me, but close to that. Like giving the same example as I did before, you know, with the samurai armor, like really looking at references, like understanding the anatomy of like a samurai armor to really be able to create something cool out of it, something new, but something that still stays true to the reference. So that's character design. It's a lot more drawing, you know, less colors in a way, a lot more drawing. You just got to be really good at anatomy, really good at gesture, and then really good at design, of course. And then there's the other route as a character artist, where you could be more of a character illustrator. So yeah, so focusing more on fan art, doing a lot more of this kind of stuff, like studies, or like taking taking something like this from Instagram or from Google, whatever, and then kind of doing the same but with your style, you know, so kind of what you're doing right now, but giving it like cool style, like beautiful colors, kind of similar to what you see here, just making it yours. So those are the two routes: character illustrator, character designer. For now, you can practice both. You know, you can practice design and then kind of like looking at this and maybe trying to make it more your own, so that you don't lock yourself in either of those routes, but kind of keep it open. That's what I did for the most part when I was younger. So I would work on like illustrations. I would make my character fit in the scene, and like cool lighting and cool shading and all that stuff, like as best as I could make it. But also I would spend a lot of time on the design of the piece too, so making sure the character design is cool. And then once that's true, then I move on to illustration, making hopefully a beautiful illustration out of it. And in this way, you kind of leaving your doors open for one or the other. So yeah, a couple things to think about, but hopefully that helps. Moving on to Dash. Trying to see how quickly I can put together a piece, but wondering about the composition before it gets too far. The first is a general rule of third ratio, while the second ignores it in favor of a more focus on the characters. For context, they're on top of the tower with the mainland in the background on a T-Rex. As usual. Ratio of thirds, more focused on the character. So you're just zooming in, essentially. I mean, that would still work, you know, to be honest. Like the rule of thirds, those ratios, those composition ratios, they're not super precise, right? It's kind of, as long as it's kind of in the third area, that's good enough. Like if you look at this here, sure, maybe it's not as, like the head doesn't land right on the intersection like it did before, but as long as the character kind of lands on the intersection, you're good. So I'm just eyeballing my thirds here, but yeah, that seems pretty good. You know, it's not the head, but close enough. It's more like if your character was up here, the head here and like the legs there, they'd be like, nah, probably that's not good. But the way it is right now, it still works. No problem. You can bend, you can push your ratios a bit. There's definitely some wiggle room there. And in this case, you know, the only difference between the two is going to be the impact of the background. How much you want to, how close and personal do you want this piece to be. This is kind of cool because we get a better, it's a more yeah, like the focus is not as much on the character, so we can appreciate the background a little bit more. Maybe our eyes are going to go in the distance more. And here it'll stay mostly focused on the characters because the backgrounds, I mean, we just can't see a whole lot of it. So depends what you want to focus on the most. I always prefer when the character is bigger. So my vote would go to this one. But you do what you want, whatever you want. Hope that helps. Moving on to Cassandra. I've been practicing drawing heads with the facial features and appreciate your feedback. All right. That's pretty good. Yeah, I would say it's more like it's just the shape of the head that's the issue for the most part. Your facial features actually are really good. Like you're very good at lining them up on the face in the right position, the right angle. That's pretty good. It's pretty damn convincing. This one here, that's why I know it's often a good idea to draw the nose last, just so that it doesn't get in the way. Because, you know, if you take my nose and you remove it, it's a good chunk, you know, that's kind of blocking this eye. Like you can only see half of my eyeball. That's just because of the nose. But if the nose wasn't there, like my two eyes would seem a lot closer and not as close to it. Either way, doesn't matter. It would make positioning this eye easier. That's all I'm getting at. So, you know, if we remove the nose, and knowing that these eyes are in their sockets, that there needs to be a distance between the eyeball and the eyebrow here, right? So the eyebrow is sticking out from the face profile a lot more. Just gotta move this eye in a bit. This way we have more space here. And the cheek. And now we can still trace the symmetry line in the center here. It looks kind of weird. It looks like Voldemort, but this eye will be more accurate now. And so if you add the nose on top of that, and the nose is kind of going like this, you know, like prominent, then part of that eye is gonna be gone. So you'll be able to kind of erase it. So just really making sure that, you know, you can feel things one behind the other, especially in these angles, super important. That's why sometimes it helps to draw the nose last. Yeah, your facial features are good for the most part. Like they're all lined up properly, and it's just going to be the face, the shape of the face that's a little bit off. So this one here, if we just rework the chin, not the chin, the jawline. So making it less long, less deep. Now that looks much better. And his mouth maybe a little too far out. Maybe you can push that in a bit. The ball of his mouth. This way. Really feel it. And maybe the eye is a little close to push that out. So not a whole lot of changes needed here. It's pretty subtle. but the other angle is much better, so that works a lot better. I think it's still the chin a little off, a little deep. Your chin's usually like, that's something that you can just pay closer attention to in the future. It's not going to be an issue. But making sure that that the depth here of your chin is closer in relation to the height of it, because right now it's pretty short and quite long. Just want to make sure that that's more one-to-one, not one-to-one. You know, it's always a little shorter here than it is deep, but adjusting this ratio is going to really help kind of the overall shape of your heads, like here too. Yeah, but the rest, like proportions, the placement, like how you lined up everything, like I said, you nailed it. You did a really good job. It's just sometimes the shape of the jaw a little off, and yeah, when you have like a clear angle, like when you see the character from the side view, really making sure that you start with the eyes and then you draw the nose last, so that if it's blocking the view onto the eye, you can do that after. It's a lot easier to erase the eye than trying to imagine what it would look like when the nose is already drawn. Like how much of the eye should I draw? A little trickier. Yeah, what the hell's? That was pretty high pitched. Preston, so hope this week was a little better for you. Thanks, man. It was. This week I spent time refining the illustration of the baseball player using these references. I know I'm missing smaller details, but I'm more so wondering about the anatomy of the actual character and how the jersey and lighting look. In addition, I hope this isn't too greedy, but I did choose those two illustrations, already posted them, so I'm not prioritizing feedback. Okay. Yeah, there we go. That's better. That's more aesthetic. Yeah, like the hand and the back. How would that be? Trying to find like a cool pose, because the way it is right now, it looks like he's sprinting. You know, like. So yeah, maybe that gesture kind of indicates something else. So maybe like thumb, fingers, like this, you know, kind of. Like he's about to grab something, maybe. Or he was grabbing something and now he released. Just adding a little bit of looseness, like loosening up the end of the end of the hand, to loosen up the pose in general. Because when the hand is so stiff like this, it seems to indicate something else, like he's sprinting. Yeah, that's nice. So anatomy wise, since that's what you ask about, the first thing that I see is the foot. So the way that the foot is angled, you know, like this way, you can kind of tell that there's a cylinder. The way that this is built, there's a cylinder going away from us towards the ground, and then the heel touches the ground, and then you have kind of like the foot, part of the foot in front of that, coming towards us a little bit more. So like this is pretty flat, I know like his heel is not touching the ground, it's a little lifted, but still mostly flat. And so yeah, it's harder to see here what's going on. And you can always look at the line here, especially if you're wearing socks. That helps to understand the angle of that cylinder that the leg represents. This angle here. So we'll just want to match that to yours. And the knee too. All right, so that leg now is going away from us. Cross section, cross section, cross section. Into the heel. And then into the foot, laying flat on the ground. And then we can connect the dots here, so alright, so this is the tip here of the foot, part that's laying flat on the ground. And in blue, this is what's kind of lifted of the air or off the ground. And the heel is like right behind it, so we can't really see it. So this is exaggerated, like it's a little too wide. You need to fix that, but that would be the logic. So the heel will be like right behind here. Just making sure that it feels like it's laying on top of like a solid surface. You don't have like the grid here, but maybe just considering something similar. That's why the thing here is kind of tilted a bit, because the ground isn't flat. Camera angles rotated a bit. So that's for the leg, and I mean, in his case, it's a little more angled this way. Whatever, yours still looks good. And for here, like we really can see a whole lot of the bicep in this case, right? So it's mostly just shoulder and forearm. The bicep is so foreshortened that we just see this pretty much. As if we're looking at a big cylinder from the top, we're just going to see the circle. We're not going to see the height of that cylinder. So that's what's happening here with the forearm, the upper arm rather. We can get rid of that. This way the forearm will be long enough. Otherwise, it was a little short. And then up here, it's not just a ball. This the shoulder actually starts here, so it starts there, like a lot more towards the outside of the silhouette, because it's a trapezius before that. This here, traps. This here, traps. Then anterior head, middle head, posterior head. So I don't know, you can kind of see like if I undo all of that. You can see the distinction between the three heads. I mean, not that you need to go into such details, but you can kind of see it here. So you have like the little bump there. That's the posterior head. Posterior head of the delt. Middle head is right here. Starts there. And you see a little bit of a highlight here, so that's kind of the shape that it takes. Damn it. Go away, menu. And in the front, you know that this is going to attach partially on the clavicle here, so probably here, and go towards the front, the bicep. There we go. So that's kind of the shoulder anatomy that we're playing with here. Trapezius, like that, leading into the front delt. So it's pretty tricky, those angles are not not the easiest to recreate, but that arm here, that arm feels pretty good. I think he did a good job there. Maybe just give him a little bit more thickness to the forearm, so it matches like this one here better. And lastly, maybe get rid of that fold, because this one here almost makes it seem like, you know, the shape of the head and the shape of the leg inside the shirt and inside the shorts is this. Obviously that's not the case. The leg clearly is wider than that. So I just want to make it feel like the leg itself, like the thigh, is pushing against the fabric and deforming the folds, flattening the folds rather. One has more dramatic shadows. Oh, I see. I think this stuff here. Well, this looks better just because your shadows are cooler. You get a better balance in color. Cool versus warm. That's always going to be nicer, to be cooler to look at. Yeah, just for that reason. And it's not even the position of the shadow, and like even if you didn't have that, it's just the color of it that helps. That makes it look much better, because the two different lighting, the two different shading that you have on here, like I like this better. It makes more sense. This one you have shading on the cheek, but you don't see the same kind of shading on the forehead here. So it's almost like the cheek itself has that 3D, you know, shape volume, but the forehead is just flat, and we can't really see that gradation in the shading, in the values. Yeah. So that's that. Hope that explains it. And my nose is so itchy. I need to blow my nose. Hold on. Much better. You got it, Preston. All right, moving on to Danielle. I hope you are doing it. Yes, I am. Hope you're doing well too. It's my first time submitting. Ooh, snap! Welcome. Or I don't know. Maybe you've been a lurker all this time. But anyways, welcome. Good to see something from you. Let's check this out. So I am I'll go easy. So I'm currently at term 1, so I just wanted general feedback and maybe what I should focus on more when figure drawing, if that's okay. I also wanted to ask, can I study and practice a figure drawing lesson and the perspective lesson at the same time, or should I get to a better place with my figure drawing and then move forward with the perspective lesson? Up to you. That part is really up to you. Whatever you prefer. Of course, you know, the more time that you dedicate to something, the faster you'll level up that one thing. So if you had, let's say, if it's never that simple, but let's say you had 10 hours a week to spend on drawing, period. If you just draw gesture drawing, you know, during that time, during those 10 hours, your gesture drawing will level up twice as fast as if you were doing only 5 hours. So, but it's up to you. If you want to see more results in one particular, one particular thing, then just dedicate more time to it. That's what I do, but sometimes it's not the most fun, especially when you're starting, you know, and you're trying to test new things and experience new ways to work, new things to draw. In my case, you know, it's very, very different. Like the kind of stuff that I focus on, it'll be like, right now I'm focusing on, it's not really the case, but let's say I'm focusing on like the hips, like female hips in particular angles only. And so, since I want to improve that, and maybe the hips from the front, I don't have an issue with it, but the hips from the side, I really want to nail that, you know, to really get it right. And so I'll focus on hips from the side a lot. And so it'll just be studies of that over and over and over again. And like I've done so many things in art that like I'm not as curious anymore in that sense. So I don't feel like when I spend so much time working on just hips that I'm restraining myself. It's just, I know that if I spend the time, it will level up. That's my goal. There we go. Let's go. But yeah, at the beginning it's different. There's so many things that you can try, so many questions, so many things to discover. So it's yeah, easier said than done. But that's the logic. So you might feel more tempted to try to do more things. That's fine too, as long as it's fun. That's the most important thing. Let's check out these gestures. Ooh. Ooh. That's really good. That's really good. Like your line quality, not so good. That's normal. It'll get there. But yeah, initially just looking at the important stuff. You know, line quality, that's all technical stuff. That's easy to fix. You just gotta practice. And it's not like you have to practice you don't have to learn anything new. It's literally just practicing the same thing over and over again. It's like practicing a chord on the piano. Like the way that you think about it, or the way that you place it, it's always going to be the same damn chord. So as long as you can get it right, ding, 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 then you're set. It's just repetition. Same thing with lines. So, you know, now you're using a couple lines to achieve this one stroke. Eventually it'll just be like that. So just practice doing that and undo, you know. If you don't get it right the first time, wrong, undo, undo, undo. And just practice feeling confident, even though you might not be. We have Control Z, so you can always use that if you make a mistake. And use a lot of it. And as you practice your lines, and as you do more and more Control Z, do this practice a lot. Eventually you'll use it less. Maybe a week from now, 2 weeks from now, you'll be using Control Z half the time that you're using it right now. And eventually your line will just clean up, and you won't have to worry about it. It'll just be kind of driving a car. After a while, it becomes second nature. But all of this to say, that's the proportions here. The thing that's important, the artistic part, the more artistic part is very well done. Your proportions are really good here. Yeah, that's weird because usually, you know, if your line quality is at this level, it's not bad. It's just, you know, that's where we kind of start at. Normally the proportion is going to be at a lower level too, but it's not. It's actually really good. So that's nice. That's encouraging. Yeah. Oh no, these lines are way better. There we go. Yes, that's it. So eventually you want to get to this level all the time, consistently, because that's perfect. That's exactly it. Fewer lines. Each line has a lot of importance, conveys a lot of information, and that's a lot faster eventually, you know, because it's fewer lines. You have less things to draw. Yeah, so line quality, you know, start working on that. But other than that, your proportions are really, really good. Head sometimes a little small, but you know, that could be like a model. Longer limbs, smaller head. It's just a tiny, maybe like 10% bigger would be fine. Same thing with this one here. Maybe it's slightly bigger head. But I'd be careful about your feet also. That's kind of the other thing I'm noticing. feet and hands, they really help convey a lot of the gesture. So I know nobody wants to work on those at the beginning. It's like, it's pretty daunting. Like, oh, a hand, there's a lot of stuff in here. It's like drawing five arms essentially. But the way that you're doing it, I think that works pretty well. Like, you can still, like, that's good enough. That conveys enough gesture. That's pretty solid. It's just your feet, just making sure that they are always grounded. Like, if they touch the ground, make them feel like they touch the ground. Like, that one's pretty good. We get it. This one could be a little flatter. Maybe that would convey that more. Or, you know, is the heel closer than the toes? Is it like a foot kind of going away like this? Oops. Going away from us? Or is it a foot coming towards us? Not super clear. So yeah, just making sure that this is more obvious. This one here, I think this one is just the heel. Like, we can see the bottom of the heel here. So maybe indicate that it is in fact the bottom. So just be careful about the points of contact, you know, whenever the body touches something else. But that feels pretty damn good. So yeah, more of that. Yeah, overall, I think you did fantastic here. More gesture drawing, like this is the way to go. So to practice your line, to practice your gesture, keeping in mind that, you know, making sure the head is big enough when you do these. But these are all really good. Yeah, and if you feel like you want to tackle perspective, go for it. It's not like this is super lacking where I'd be like, nah, you should probably spend more time on here. Like, this is already pretty impressive. So yeah, have fun. Moving on to Liviu. Ooh. So I've been trying some more extreme expressions and totally went all the way and tried to design a full scene using one of them. The intent is to show her drawing power from the magical device in the background. I see. Having just blasted her opponent off his feet in serious magical combats and having him at her mercy. Yeah, that part is really clear. The fact that she's drawing power, yeah, I didn't know that until you mentioned it. So we'll see what we can do here. It's a sketch. It's in a sketch stage where I can still make some big changes. So I'd love to get your feedback on the composition, anatomy, perspective, and storytelling. All right. Well, first impression is really good. Yeah, like this guy feels like he's laying on the floor, feels like he's being dominated. Serves you well. What did you do to poor Vivi? I'm sure you deserve it. Yeah, I think like the main weaknesses here, a lot of really good aspects of this drawing. The main thing that I'm seeing that I feel is kind of bringing the piece down are the hand gesture for the dude on the ground. Like, you know, if you're trying to protect yourself, like, you always face the person with your palm. When you're hiding, you go like this, but when you're trying to block something, you always block this way, so that you can always have like a chance to push something away, or to deflect it, or just, you know, to catch it or something. So it's just a more natural gesture to have your palm facing at the person. So this hand here feels like pretty stiff, you know, like almost like a mannequin hand that he can't move. It's like a wood hand. So that's a tricky angle, but I don't know if I'll be able to do this properly. It feels more like this. And like, so this part is the thing that's facing her. So that you don't have to change the entire forearm, the entire arm. So like, this is the pinky. top of the hand, wrist. Kind of a more submissive pose. And the same thing with that one here. So it feels like he's trying to like grab her. Usually if you're trying to block, you know, with one hand, the other hand will kind of follow. It's kind of hard to give your brain like two different commands like this, like protect yourself and then do something else at the same time. It's kind of just more like a reflex. You try to block. So I feel like this hand should probably do something similar. So maybe. No, don't, please. I'm sorry. And maybe same thing with the leg here, maybe having that leg a little bit more bent. So it looks kind of limp right now. So like he's still struggling, like trying to get up or like trying to get away, you know, with his feet. Just making Vivi look more dominant. Like she's owning this fool. Yeah, like her gesture works really good. Yeah, maybe just a little more or more overlay here of the volumes. Forearm, bicep, shoulder back here. Usually just a line for the forearm. Or like, you know, that doesn't need to be like a continuous line. It can be just like a fold or something like that. But there was nothing before, so the foreshortening is a little harder to spot. But her pose is nice. And then the backhands, how? Yeah, like the effect, the color, all of that will help to convey that she's trying soaking up energy from behind. How would you? Because again, this feels more like a casting position, like she's pushing something away. Fireball. If you're trying to bring something closer, you know, like you go like this. This is like a normal gesture for thank you. Like I want this, give me. So yeah, I would probably go for a similar gesture for her. Like she's trying to get power, so maybe having her hand like this instead, like from below. Although from this angle, how the hell could you do this? like maybe like this. That's a tricky angle. I don't know if I'll be able to get it right on the spot, but let's try. So pushing that elbow back, opening up her chest, because that arm is pointing backwards. I don't know that this is much better. But definitely, you know, this you should definitely do that still, like the top part here, because her arm is pointing backwards, so clearly the shoulder will follow. It's the first, the first part of the equation, so that should definitely be pointing backwards. So her torso right now is pretty straight, which is strange because she's got on one hand a shoulder pushed forwards and then the other one pulled backwards. So just like probably this whole thing here, can bring it forward because the entire torso is kind of shifting. Or just get rid of that hand, if you don't want to change all of that. Yeah, like an arm pointing backwards is gonna do a lot to the chest here, to the torso area. You'll have to rotate everything basically. Like she'll have to be like this here, will have to go the other way, and it's a lot more work. So right now, by opening up the chest right now, I mean like she's like this, like kind of facing us, without much of an angle here. Like she's not like this, she's not like that, she's kind of pretty straight. You have this arm in front, but if you pull this arm back, see what happens to my shoulder. Like this one rises, or more like goes towards the back. This one here is kind of pushed towards the front, and now my torso, like the symmetry line is here now. It's like pointing in that direction instead of pointing forward like it used to be. So that's kind of what I mean. So right now she's in that angle. Shoulder here, shoulder there. And yeah, for this arm to be reaching for the back, it would need to be more like that. This one coming towards us, that one going away from us. Center of the body now is shifted to this side, and like her pelvis can still be facing forward, no problem here. But you need to introduce kind of like that twist here in the body, in the shoulders mostly. Because yeah, it's a little hard to have the two shoulders pointing forward and have one arm kind of pointing back. You can try to do it, it hurts. So yeah. If you don't want, if you want to maintain this, if you want to have the arm pointing backwards, like soaking up the energy, you'll definitely have to do this. So like rotate the torso. And yeah, hope that helps. Sorry, that's a lot. It's like tricky stuff too, so that'll be a good practice. Those are tough angles, but the more your brain works, the better, or the more you improve. All right, Carl. So recently started up the first ZBrush lesson, but I inevitably feel some resistance to getting a new program and doing 3D. I'll get to it eventually. Yeah, opening up maybe not. I mean, because right now when you have your shoulders like this, it's kind of like, that's what I mean by closed. Unless if you open up the chest, like you let it come out first, and so the chest first and then shoulders after. Kind of a weird way to say it. I agree. Yeah, so Carl, but in the meantime, here's a character I did a little while ago, and yeah, you don't need to. If 3D is not of no interest to you whatsoever, just skip it. Maybe you'll find a need for that class later and then come back to it. It's just part of the program because almost all concept artists will use 3D at some point, and especially if you work on environments, you're gonna use 3D a lot. It's almost inevitable. And if you do mostly characters, maybe not as much, but you will still use it if you get good at it. You know, you'll see the potential and be like, oh, I can save so much time by using 3D, and if I can save more time, I can do more art, I can make more money. Ooh, then that's when it starts to become interesting. That's when it starts to be interesting. But anyways, don't need to focus on that just yet. So character I did a while ago. Is it legal to post stuff like this here? If it is, I appreciate some pointers on anything that might cross your mind. I mean, it's not, it's not illegal. But if it's a character that you did like a long time ago, you know, before going through the program, I'll just be like, well, look at the design class, the character design class. There's gonna be a lot of information in there if you haven't checked it yet. You know, like shadow stuff. Also, that's there's a class for that. You know, the light and color theory class. So that's why, you know, this is only a little bit of resistance to comment on stuff that you've done previously, because I don't know that has as much value in the sense, because you were doing things differently. Hopefully now you'll do them in a better way to get a better result. But it's good if you want kind of overall direction, you know, on things like what you should focus on moving forward. What are your weaknesses? What weaknesses should you try to address? You cast shadow for this. Yeah, for this I would just use the shadow. I would just approximate it. No point in trying to calculate all of this. Yeah, for me, easiest way, fastest way, and it doesn't look accurate. It looks accurate-ish, and that's usually good enough. Yonk. Well, that's not gonna work because it's not behind thing, but here you go. I would probably do something like that. Again, not accurate, but it would fool most people, you know. Yeah, and here, things to keep in mind. Color theory is going to be a big one. So, you know, look out for that particular class. Just like how you spread your colors throughout, and how to better use color as a tool to improve your art, to make it read better, to catch the eye of the viewer more effectively. In terms of your, yeah, the design is kind of cool. Yeah, but then definitely some stuff that we could do with that we could improve, you know, in terms of the in terms of colors, in terms of just values overall, like the design itself. Pretty cool, but you know, like these legs here just seem to be like plopped into like a shell, like a piece of armor. That's strange, you know. It'd probably be more like at the intersection here. What can I draw? There we go. Probably be more here, like in between this, like the belly shell and the back shell. So maybe more like this. If there's some holes here, that's probably would make more sense for the legs to attach there. And then you have a lot of tiny legs here, like having a lot of repetition this way attracts the eye, attracts the attention a lot. And yeah, for something like that, maybe you'd want to combine some of the legs so that you have fewer legs. Maybe like instead of having 2 tiny ones here, you just have like 1 medium one. And so yeah, you won't get this lot of noise here. Almost look like a bunch of eyelashes. And it's just that repetition. It's very attractive. Any kind of pattern like this that repeats a lot when it's noisy, that takes away attention from potentially something else that's more important, like your focal point. And on her, I like that her hair matches the shape language of her body. You know, like kind of like pointy, spiky. That's cool. Her armor doesn't as much. Maybe it'd be some opportunity here to spike things up here to make the armor feel like it's more part of her body, because it is her entire body, right? So but yeah, and also I don't remember if like you would have to remind me if you mentioned what your goal was. That's something that you guys should repeat a couple of times. I'm starting to have a lot of students. It's hard to keep track. I just need like a reminder a few times and then I should get it. But like what your goal is with that, you know? What was it? Was it just to create a cool character? Was the character for something in particular? Does it need to fit a certain world? Like the transition here between the skin and the plating seems strange. Like almost like she's wearing a suit. You know, like she kind of puts her centipede suit on, and then that's kind of where it ends. Maybe if that's her entire body, you would have more of a softer transition. So maybe like the scales here go up her stomach, and then they get smaller and smaller until it starts to disappear. Or maybe the skin continues a little bit lower. Same idea. Maybe this is all skin, and the scale just starts to pick up from there, and then less and less. Yeah. Hope that answers it. Hope that helps. At least let me know. All right, Julia. Some exercise. What the hell? I have like this dome, right? So I have like a bunch of holes in the ceiling here, and it's like this plexiglass dome, and then a lot of I don't know what these birds are. They sound like pigeons, but they're always like hanging on top there. So that's what I'm hearing, like tapping on the window. Go away. All right, Julia. I got a little bit lost on the mirrored tilted plane above the horizon. Could you help me out? Oh snap! What do we have here? Mirrored tilted plane above the horizon. This here? Yeah. Lost, you say? You don't seem lost to me at all. Looks like you got this. Yeah, if you want to draw planes, you know, it's always the same as it's just one side of a volume, right? So you can always, I mean, that's what you did, I think. But draw like this shape here, and this trapezius volume, trapezoid, trapeze, whatever. And then you just remove that face, you remove that top face. That looks fine. That looks fine to me. Do you have is it 1 point perspective or 2 point perspective? Or 3? This vertical. Yeah, so just 1 point perspective. That's it. You got it. No problem here. But yeah, to draw faces, just approach it this way. Just draw the volume and then remove the faces until you're left with the faces that you want only. this one up here. What is this supposed to be? So this one's going to be pretty stretched out, right? So you have your vanishing point here. This is quite far from it. So it will look a little strange, maybe. But what were you trying to do here? Same thing? Same idea as this, I'm guessing. See, all you gotta do is draw this one here. Flat, right? So any vertical line or any horizontal line is going to be completely horizontal, completely parallel to the horizon. And so what's the base here? So this is the base of it. All right, so that line here, those corners going away to the vanishing point. Just eyeballing it, but something like that. And then back here is also going to be straight for the other side. So now we have the base of our trapezoid. Trapezoid. Whatever. And then up here. So let's complete the face in the front. So is that the shape of it? Seems like it is. And so yeah, you'll just want to make sure that this line right here is parallel to the other one here that you draw. So we know that the base, that the corner for that one is back here, you know, so those two corners are the same. You just want to make sure that you have a line that's parallel to that, exactly going in the same direction. And then you'll get to find the point here where that intersects with the vanishing line. About there. And then you can connect the dots. And then that's your shape. If you wanted to draw kind of like the transparency, to remove like some of these faces eventually, you just do the same thing here. So continue that line. More like continue that line here. Go to the vanishing point, and then this angle will be again the same exact angle here. Excuse me, that angle will be the exact same angle here. Don't want to confuse the two. But this is the line going in that direction. That line going in that direction will be exactly parallel to it. And so it's just gonna line up here at the top. And this here going to the vanishing point. Corner, 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 corner. But yeah, all of that is kind of behind, right? So that's on the inside of the shape. Well, that makes sense. But yeah, with one point perspective, you know, it really helps that these horizontal lines always parallel to the horizon. This way you just have to draw like one of these in 2D, and you can pretty much add any amount of depth that you want. So, you know, I don't know, if I draw like something like this. If that's going to be my shape, all you gotta do really is just duplicate that, bring it down in size to match, you know, the top here, the bottom. This one touches the line here, this one crosses the line a bit, or this one's on the... I'm just trying to line up with the existing lines. There you go. So, touches here, touches there, that's good. So we can close that shape, connect the dots. Back here, it's going to be the purple line. There we go. We have kind of like an hexagonal prism volume in 3D. It's that simple. So as soon as you have this first face, like the second one, you just got to find out how big or how small or how big it's going to be, and then you just connect the dots. That's really good. Very nice. This one too, actually. And probably just the torso is a little short, you know, like the distance between the shoulder and the hip. Even though it's foreshortened, probably not enough here. So if we just push that back. Which layer is it? There we go. So that, yeah, she can have a slightly longer torso. And maybe her legs are too long, but yeah, that makes more sense. Crotch, head, feet, around the halfway point. The crotch, that is. That looks good. That looks really good. What are you talking about? That looks pretty decent. So we're just gonna have your footprint, kind of like that, you know. But that's in the right angle. I see nothing wrong with this foot. Yeah, no, this entire pose actually works really well. Maybe just indicating the neck, you know, here, how it overlaps, how it connects to the torso. But other than that, like, I completely understand the angle. I understand that's the perspective of this scene. This one too looks really good. Okay, and maybe this is a little high. Probably want to lower these a bit. But it looks good. Oh, that helps. Ooh. I'm good. How are you, Ivan? So I've been going through the head construction and anatomy material from our school, and I thought I'd test what I've learned by doing my own take on Metal Gear Solid's Big Boss character. I'm looking for any kind of reference on any kind of feedback on this anatomy construction, overall look and finish. I was going for a more comic style, but I feel like it's looking really flat. Flat, you say? Well, the drawing looks awesome. So I think you did a fantastic job here constructing this. I mean, look at that. Already you can tell this is going to end up well. So if you're at this stage, I mean, this stage too, that already looks really solid. Yeah, that's the power of construction, because you know you're at this stage, everything is good. So far, so good. There's really little that you can do to ruin this. But if this stage is not good, then there's really little that you can do to improve it. So very, very important. And you crushed it. It's perfect. Yeah, so comic book style, you know, really all it is that whenever you have shadows, you just go full black, pretty much. It's just a more dramatic feel to it, especially like X-Men and stuff like that. Western comics. So that's a good example here. You know, in reality, there would definitely be enough light in the scene for it to bounce around and to reveal kind of like the structure of the eye here. Would be able to see part of the eyeball, but for the style here, everything is just black instead. That works too. And the main difference with yours here is just your shading. There's no shading. There's a little bit, but this kind of stuff here that you add in light, what is this, like light desaturated orange, comic style would be more like what you did with the shadow here. It'd be more like that, a lot darker. You would have like this really, really bold transition between light and shadows, and it's almost like comic style. Let's say we take this guy here. And we're going to select Oh, that's a horrible way to do it, but but that's kind of what happens, right? So it's everything that's dark becomes kind of black, and everything else is shaded the same way. In my case, my selection was a little bit off, but so yeah, you would need to first just get good at shading normally, like shading just spheres and starting simple, which I know you can do, but it's just a more complex. It's just adding a style to basic shading. That's all it is. So, ball. This is, let's say, regular shading. And if you wanted to do comic style, you would kind of keep everything up to this point maybe, and then after that, this becomes just black. And now it's more comic style. Do that everywhere for the entire shading, and then you should have something that kind of looks like that. So when it comes to the anatomy construction, nice, very nice. Something more challenging, you know, like the same face from the side. Maybe you could try that. That will definitely make things a lot harder. I think you can clearly handle it. You know, if you can do this, that's really good. So from here, you know, depending on how much struggle you went through to draw this. If it was little struggle, then try different angles, you know, to keep pushing. But for what it is, very nice. So anatomy, construction, all of that. Yeah, look and finish. So I mean, that kind of ties in with the kind of shading that you're talking about that you want to get for comics here. So in this case, what do we have, right? So we have one main light source from the back here. That's why you get kind of this crazy rim light from one side. It's like this. But super intense from the back. So you could still add this in here. You don't have one already, so let's add that real quick. That's the light from the back here, probably hits the beard a little bit. So one light, so that's the light, that's the crazy light here from behind. And then we have another light source, like somewhere on this side. So almost like you have a light coming from behind and a light coming from the front, almost in opposite directions. So your main light source. Hit somewhere around here. That lights up the hair there. So you want to get to a point where you have kind of like a transition, right? So highlights, shadows, and then highlight again. And then everything that's here, everything that's in the shadows would just get darker. Black. Everything that touches this super bright light, the super bright outline, you darken it. Darken. And then you just get super high contrast, and then you push that, you clean this up, and then you get with something like that. Easy. Not that easy. Not that easy at all. But it's just a stop on shading. Something added on top of shading, of already good shading. So that's where I would focus. Focus on just shading. Don't worry about the style yet. I mean, you can try to copy that if it's fun, you know, of course. That's pretty damn cool. But to get to this level and to be able to, with just like the brush, one brush stroke here to represent like a nice fold in the skin. Same thing here, like just a couple brush strokes to represent the hair. That's super advanced stuff. And that's all it is. It's just taking shading like this that looks a little more realistic, and then just increasing the contrasts, playing around with the shadows, darkening the shadows, and then you get something like this. Shading, 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 shading. Yeah, and then early on, you know, if you look at this, you're like, oh, that's too much stuff to shade. Maybe you just shade this, your construction. That's a lot simpler, right? It's just like simple shapes. The front of the face here is pretty flat. The head is just a ball. You know, when it's faceted, when there's less detail, it's a lot simpler. So that helps. Moving on to Honest. So, thank you. Wishing you a good day too. So these are the TOW logo symbol designs for the lava and snow mountain. What's TOW logo? I don't know. The people of the lava mountain are wizards and warlocks, and anyways, so the top people from the lava mountain are wizards and warlocks, and they are antisocial and mysterious. They're pretty serious about magic and law. All right, so they're stuck up about their magic and their rules. All right, and then the snow people worship. The snow people worship this dragon. Worship this dragon, and it's not 100% accurate for the dragon, but it's how adventurers describe him. And they are sailors who, so the symbols represent. Okay, gotcha. All right. Okay, so here, lava, mountain, wizard, warlocks, magic, law, and these guys here, they worship the dragon, and they're seamen, sea people. Let's just say that. That sounds better. Right. So. I mean, these look cool. The only thing I'd say maybe is they're pretty busy. You know, like I'm looking at this here. This seemed like it would work better for a logo, just because there's less stuff. You know, it's a lot simpler. It reads well from a distance. So that's the thing with logos. You always want to make sure that it reads well at any distance. So if you're really, really far, you want to be spotted. You want to know, oh, who is this? You don't want to figure out they're the enemy, you know, by the time they get next to you, like, oh, snap. The same way that you want to spot your friends from a distance if they're allies. So, yeah, I'd say like this one here, probably too busy. I mean, some crests designed like from medieval times are pretty intricate too, but let's see. Yeah, like there's a lot of stuff in here. But for these, it's mostly going to be the colors that stand out. So yeah, yours could work, you know, if you really focus on colors, making very clear, bold color choices, so that we don't really need to see the details from a distance. But anyways, we're not talking about colors yet, so let's just focus on what we got. I'm just looking at this and trying to think of stuff that we could remove to make it simpler. Maybe don't need these. Maybe don't need these either. These spikes here, is that part of the castle? Because this looks like this is like either a shield or like a castle wall. Strange to have the shape language be broken like this. So it's all like a bunch of squares, and then you have spikes. Like, oh, that's different. So maybe get rid of these in favor of something that matches with the rest. Same like these things here, probably not gonna see a whole lot of them from a distance. Unless it like means something. Get it out of there. And like the little spikes here on the dragon, simplify that. Again, like that's too much noise probably. Maybe just 2 spikes here, 3 spikes is enough. This will be able to see it from a distance. Maybe not like as big of spikes as these, but like flatter spikes. Yeah, and then yeah, probably if you want to have like something else in here like water, but always trying to think of like bigger shapes rather than the small details, like these things here at the bottom. Probably never gonna see that. Can't get rid of this, but it doesn't mean anything. This one definitely feels better, like it's less busy, so it reads. It's easier to read, really easier to see what this might be about. Still love small details here that it's like small details don't matter as much if you have some like clear details elsewhere. So if I look at this, I'm like, oh, I'm like right now I'm reading this, like the little bit of noise down here doesn't bother me as much. But if you didn't have that, if you didn't have any of this, and if the only detail that you had were like these little stars here, I'm like, probably that's not good enough. Looks more like dirt, like scratches on the shield or something. So yeah, in general, just simpler. I think would be the way to go. Try to limit the amount of information that you're trying to convey with the logo. Simple is the way to go. But yeah, like the scale things. So I see what you're trying to do with this, like almost like a balance, right? Like a scale. I think it's just the shape. It doesn't read that way. It reads more like a hat, maybe, like a boat. Also, maybe it's a boat. No, it's not a boat. It's a balance, right? So yeah, I would just find a better logo for balance. Google one. So you do like triangle, something like this. It doesn't look super good. But yeah, So I don't know yet. Like I would need to try a couple of versions and play around with that. But yeah, same thing with the text here. Keep it bigger. You know, like we can't really read any of this from any distance. We have to be really, really close. So just maybe bigger text or fewer words, bigger words. But I like the direction, you know. I like all the symbolism that you're including in your logo. Just try to remove even more. Try to simplify even more. Remove even more. And like a better target, you know, for your logos, I think would be something like this. That's pretty nice. There's still a lot of details in there, but it reads a lot better from any distance, and it still reads nicely from up close. So that helps. Moving on to Kristen. After that, we'll take another short break. Kristen, so the past couple weeks I worked on hands and the poses with foreshortened elements. Also hard, especially laying down poses. Head seems like the weakest part of the drawings, right? The drawings. Right now. Okay, right now. So I will study those next. If there's anything else that stands out as the next thing to work on, let me know. Those are really good. I kind of agree with you here. Yeah, your bodies look really good. Even this like really hard pose, you nailed it. Looks good. Looks really good. Yeah, and then for just for hands, and I'm just saying this because like most of them are fine. There's just this one here that's clearly too small, at least to me. So yeah, just looking at kind of like the relationship between the size of the hands and the feet. Usually that's going to be pretty similar. Like the size of the toes. I mean, like the size of the toes, size of the fingers. So if your big toe is like this, like your thumb will be kind of like that too. Not as big, but close. And just overall the size, you know, it's not going to be like your feet or your foot is double the size of double the length of your hand. It'll be somewhere in between, like a time and a half, something like that. That's just a complete average, you know, sometimes it differs, but that's a good kind of guideline to keep in mind. So if you see something like this, that's a little small. Fingers are open. There's something that is this long in perspective too. But yeah, just so be careful about the size of your hands. But overall, it all looks really good. Like these two here. This one's slightly bigger than that one. But yeah, you're right. The head's the body part that needs the most work. Your bodies are good. Impressive. You really feel the volumes here. It's real nice. Yeah, and then when you work on your heads, you know, work on heads that are attached to the body, or at least that you at least include the neck. You know, maybe the start of the torso here. So instead of just doing heads that are floating in space, practice drawing them connected to the rest of the body. So making sure, yeah, so practicing this connection here, having the neck kind of, you know, just plopped into the torso, making sure that everything is centered here properly. Because if it's just the head, you might have some issues attaching the head, because that's also part of the problem sometimes. The way that the head is, not just the head, that needs a little bit of help, but also the way that it's attached to the torso. It's a little rough in some cases. So just practicing this, I think it'll be good. Later, Bruno. Have a good weekend. All right, Brad. No, not yet. After the short commercial break. 5 minutes. Be right back. All right. Let's keep going. All right. So we're starting again here with Brad. Some cast shadows from turn 4. Gets a bit confusing at points, but let me know what you think and any tips I can improve with. Well, you got it exactly right for these boxes. Yes, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nailed it. This one here too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. And this one here. We got yep, that seems about right. Vanishing points. And these here. Ah, okay, yeah. So all the light kind of shining in the same direction. Yeah. Yep. Oh yeah, nailed it. Just this one here. Just be careful. Parallel to that one, right? It's the same surface. Yeah. You got it, Brad. No problem here. Yeah, nothing to improve also. You got it right. So that's the beauty with perspective, and this is kind of perspective. With perspective and and shadows, you know. It's pretty technical, not really artistic. And so if you can apply it well, that's it. There's no like oh, it could be slightly better, or no, it's right or it's not right. In this case, it's all good. So excuse me. Still not done. That sounds pretty damn good right now. All right, moving on to Peyton. This week I have 2 pieces to show. The girl is Azelle with glowing markings inspired by Gazelle. That's a Ryan level joke. And then the big guy is character based on resilience. I tried to have good shape language with this guy, so let me know if I did a good job. I just put in the grain maps on Azelle. I don't use them a lot, so I want to know if I did it right. And as always, point out the mistakes if there's any. man, that came out really good. That's quite nice. Like in terms of shading, you know, what's something in my eyes? What is it? Get out! It's still there. I can feel it, but I can't see it. Anyways, yeah, it's just shading wise with this one here, I would just go a little softer, you know, like around the nose area here, and like the what's the name of this thing? Always forget. But that here, because then that's going to translate into darker shading when you have the colors. And then, usually it's a little softer than that. Like the nose itself, like the nostrils will be obvious, but the nose around it won't be as dark. Softer features. Always looks more elegant, cuter. So like the outline here around the nostril, I kind of getting rid of that. Don't need that. I just need the highlight. Yeah, and it's just gonna make her look a little cuter. That's all. So. With female faces, for cuteness in general, not female faces only, but for cuteness in general, just less details is better. Anything that's that's the opposite direction of an old person with a bunch of fold, that's the way to go. But overall, man, this looks really good. And the face feels like the proper volume. Very nice. Maybe you could have a little more, like to try to reinforce the front plane of the face, like before it transitioned into the cheeks, the cheek in this case. So like that line here, having maybe that a little more stronger, some more highlight along that line, and then kind of softening the transition here, just so that you feel more like this change here of lights. You know, you can clearly see the highlight here on my cheek going into the chin, and like a clear line here in the shadows. Just making that a little more pronounced. And then for the rest, the neck, like it looks like there's a big gap here. It's almost like there's an opening in the throat. So you'll just want to have like a softer shading here going to the larynx connection to the head. It's definitely more of a cylinder. So just like shade a typical cylinder, and then from there you can add like medium-sized details maybe. But the overall shading is very, very close to just a simple cylinder. It starts there. Highlight here, going towards the shadow here as it goes on the opposite side. Same thing here in the back of the head. And then yeah, you can add like a little bit of a indication for the sternomastoids, but pretty subtle. Once again, keeping things simple. And then going into the chest, it's just like this highlight here. It's just so strange. Maybe she's got, yeah, like you'll have something here on the shoulder. You know, like the shoulder area will be highlighted, but the front, like the front of the shoulder right after the highlight. I don't know if I can show you an example with this here. It's too diffuse, huh? Kind of No. Not obvious enough. Forget about that. But yeah, so top of the shoulder here, and then the connection between the shoulder and the chest muscle, you know, it's gonna be like a half sphere. And then chest muscle behind that. And then chest. So really making sure that you get that in the shading, that change of plane here, like this area here, where the dent, where the line breaks, that's change of plane. That's pretty important, and that's what you want to reinforce here. So top of the shoulder, highlight, given that the light's coming from above, right? So highlight up here and highlight back there. Because what is this? It's just that shape here, but like behind it. So partial highlight here, completely visible highlight there, and that's how you'll want to shade this. So highlight and highlight again at the start of the chest. Kind of softening the transition. So yeah, always keeping in mind, you know, the anatomy. If it's a little harder to visualize when you have like the character being like cropped out like this partially, just draw the rest. Just draw the rest of the body. That usually makes it a lot easier to just imagine. You don't need to imagine it. You just draw it. Like where the chest would be, just roughly. You just simple line arts like this gives you a better idea of what you're dealing with. But I love the final result, like the colors that you use, the brightness of things. Very nice. That looks pretty damn cool. Maybe you could make those here a little less bright, like a little darker, and keep the really bright ones for the face. So maybe multiply. Itchy. So giving a sense of hierarchy in the brightness. Again, so just to guide the eyes better towards the face here. Yeah, that's nice though. And then this guy, yeah. So this guy is what? He's resilience. All about circles. All right, yeah, circles and cylinders. That looks really cool. Yeah, the only thing I have here, I think I would point out are just these things here, like the rings that he's holding. It's just not super clear. It's like I thought he's holding the ring by just looking at this one here, but then it's kind of transparent here. Like it appears like it's above, like floating above the. Oh, is that what it is? Floats above the. Kind of hovering above the forearm. That's probably what. In that case, I would try to maybe like center it with this. That seems to be like maybe the source of the energy ring, and maybe like remove this one here on the other side of the arm, because then, you know, I'm just looking at this one here, I would expect there'd be a ring on the inside too, if this is what's creating the ring in the first place. So yeah, maybe just if this is the center of it, then maybe have that other ring centered, almost like a big shield, and this is the point where it's being emitted from, and then on the inside here we don't have anything. We don't need a shield on the inside, we just have one on the outside, just like you have there. Just an idea. And then I would just look at Just make sure that the length here of the thighs, like his upper arm, his upper legs, syncs up a bit more with the lower leg. So if the knee is here, that's a very, very long thigh, very short lower leg in comparison. So I would probably just take this whole thing here, kind of push it up, reduce the size rather than increase anything else, like pushing this up a bit. So that his arms don't look also like super short in comparison to the length of his legs. It's better. Just a better proportion, something that would be more functional. But I love the tiny head, the huge chest, huge shoulders. That's super cool. Yeah, and you're right, the shape language works really well here. Just one critique about this here, like your patterns that you have on here. I would try to stay more consistent with the patterns. So you have like higher frequency pattern here. If that's the pattern, just go with that. That matches what you have here on the side. It seems to match it more. So I would just have the same frequency on the legs too, just so that it's kind of like the same. When they build that armor, they kind of reuse the same material, that kind of stuff. Well, that helps. Really cool, man. All right, Jackson. I am doing well, man. Hope you're good too. So this week I started the animal anatomy class and would like your thoughts on these sketches. Any feedback is greatly appreciated. Also, when studying animal anatomy, should I be focused on one type of animal? With animals, what's cool is that they're all kind of the same. So yeah, I wouldn't focus necessarily on like one. Oh, that's not true. Maybe a focus on like mammals, like all of the mammals. So and then maybe all the birds, and then maybe all the what is it? The water-based animals. What's the damn word in English? Crustacean? That's how you say it. Whatever, I forgot the exact vocabulary, but yeah, focusing on all of those that are similar, that share a lot of their anatomy. So, for example, you could totally be working on quadrupeds like this, on all the quadrupeds that exist in the world. So, a giraffe, a dog, a cat, they share almost 100% of their anatomy. It's just going to be in slightly different proportions, but all the muscles, all the bone structure is going to be mostly the same. Of course, giraffe's going to have a couple more vertebrae, but it's quite similar across the board. Same thing with some sea mammals too. So going from a quadruped to like a dolphin or like a whale, it's also going to be fairly similar. It would be different though if you went to like a shark. So that's a fish. It's quite different, the anatomy. So maybe keep those separate. Same way that you would maybe work on quadrupeds and then maybe keep like birds separate, because the birds have different anatomy. It still shares a lot of it, but the characteristics overall that make something look like a bird are quite unique. And so yeah, maybe split those into like big families, but it's still going to be like 2 or 3 different families of animals. So, and it's still quite similar. So up to you really. But I wouldn't definitely not break it down to like, species, individual species. That's too specific, and they're too similar for that to be worth it. But yeah, as I was talking, I was admiring these sketches, man. These are really good. And I feel like, I don't know, I really liked this class. I really liked working on this class because it's, for a lot of people, at least for me, I wasn't really big into creatures before. And just knowing how similar animals are to us and how similar animals are amongst themselves. Like most quadrupeds are gonna look like most quadrupeds, without much, without much difference. It's pretty cool because then after that you're able to draw animals in general, for the most part. Like there's not gonna be any questions about the legs, the anatomy of their legs. It's always the same thing. You learn it once, you learn it for everything. Anyways, I just felt like as an artist, like I leveled up a lot just working on that class. It was one of the longest ones, that because I didn't have much experience, but yeah. Anyways, digressing here. Those are really good, dude. Yeah, I love those shapes. I love the brush strokes, the quality of your line. This guy is fancy. Smoking a cigarette with little hats. Hell yeah. This almost looks like a lion deer. It's a really, really thick body. Yeah, those are really good. So anyways, you seem to be focusing on quadrupeds, so yeah, I just focus on that. Okay, like the slight differences maybe between some animals that have like clear distinctions, like those that have really long legs, long necks, for example, versus others that don't, like a lion versus a giraffe. What are the differences? What makes a long neck possible? That kind of stuff. Yeah, those are fantastic studies. I don't got much more to say. Yeah. Moving on to Joey. So I've paused art school for now so I can focus on art more. It feels super premature because I'm new to drawing. No! Wrong. Participating in contests is never premature. It's just it shifts the way that you think about things. So it makes it more it's a greater pull to work on something that you would normally maybe not have, right? So the need to finish something for a particular project, having that pressure is a really good tool to get the most out of yourself. So if there's no consequence at the end, if you finish it or not, it doesn't matter. Then it's all up to you, really. But if there's an outside pressure added on top of that, then it's more likely that you'll finish it. It's more likely that you'll want to show off when you finish the work. Be proud of it, because it's not just for yourself. It's to show off to other people too. So definitely not premature. It's really good. Just it frames how you think differently. So really good experience. And also just to see other people work and how they approach the same kind of challenges, and it's all good things. So any challenge that you can find, always jump in. That's my recommendation. That's what I've done my entire career. Not anymore, but it's what I did for the longest time. And every time I see such a big jump in skill and it just makes a huge beneficial difference. So highly recommend it. And yeah, so my character, but I'm pushing myself to step out of my comfort zone. That's good. My character is going to be a red ox with white and gold patterns. The reference photo is a red ox sculpture. The great thing about a reference is that it shows me that a red ox looks like, but the color and light relationship isn't on a real. Yeah. I can use this reference and apply it to a real ox. Well, also keep in mind that this is not a real ox, right? It's an artist's representation of the animal. Not a great one at that. It's not bad. It's hard to do this, but like the legs, and like look at this. What are these? That's not how it looks like. But yeah, for the pose, maybe it's a nice pose. It feels pretty dynamic. Like the proportions are kind of there. So how can you use this reference and apply it to real ox? I mean, depends what you're getting out of this reference, right? So what was the point of using this reference? If you're using it for the pose, then you can just kind of construct an ox in this exact pose. So, you know, starting with the skeleton as usual, and I start with the rib cage. You got first shoulder here, shoulder, clavicles, not clavicles, scapula going here. Then you get the head, and then you get the legs, whatever. So you start this way. You can go super rough, but stealing kind of the pose from this reference, and then looking at different references for the anatomy maybe. So, but the rib cage here is not super well defined. So what does it actually look like? Oh, okay, there we go. So the hips start here. That's the rib cage. So there's only like a small gap in between the two. So very long rib cage for these animals. All right. So we can kind of see like the relationship between the two here. That's the hips. Those are the hips. That's the rib cage. Much bigger. Okay, that's good to know. Then you have this big thing here in the front, like the fat pouch. That's good to know also how far back it goes, because we can't really see in this one. So yeah, usually it'll be kind of like you take a little bit from every reference. It'd be good if you could find one that has better muscle definition. So maybe one that's in motion, like this one. I wouldn't use this for the muscles necessarily, because sure, I guarantee you this person used references to create this piece of art, but it is a stylized version of an animal. So there's a lot of artist translation that happened there. So this is not like real life. So yeah, I would just find maybe something like this that has like shorter hair, or maybe one that's more buff, or actually just look at a cow that's really like ripped, a ripped cow, because it's the same anatomy, to be just like I was saying about Jackson studies. You know, these quadrupeds they're all pretty much the same with slight variant. Like this is a cow minus this thing here and minus the long horns. You know, you take maybe the nose also could be a little bigger, and then you have a cow. Boom. Yeah, and also here, if you want to use this pose and this light setup, you know, like the lighting here, that's interesting. Something interesting about this reference. So like the strong light source kind of coming from this angle here. So you're gonna get like shadows underneath here, shadows underneath the knees, underneath the neck here, on this side of the neck, the side of the face. So it's a good reference for that. Not so much for anatomy, so I wouldn't really look at that for anatomy too much. Like you can generally pose it like like I mentioned at the beginning, by just constructing kind of a rough creature in that same pose, and then look at real anatomy to really get like the muscles right, get the position, the like thickness of the limbs of the different body parts right. And then once you have a good sketch based on a bunch of other references, maybe a bunch of cows like I mentioned, then you can go back to this when you're ready to shade and look at what you have here. Like, oh, okay, so the top of the head here has got a little more light. You got kind of like this highlight up here. So the top of the back here. So we get what is this? Trapezius in here. What is that? The splenius probably. So you see the highlight on all these different muscles. Oh, okay, so that's how you treat it. Interesting. So yeah, so take different parts, different aspects of your references, and apply them to different parts of your art. Hopefully that makes sense. Of course, it's not just one way to do it. You know, many ways to use references, but that's how I would think about it. Hope that makes sense. Moving on to Vika. Ooh, oh, this looks familiar. So I have a quick sculpting remodeling exercise to show you today. Took Promo Island character and you put up yeah, to practice sculpting, unwrapping, and texturing. So top row are screenshots from my ZBrush. Bottom is a low poly model I imported in Blender. I learned how to use displacement map to project high level details into the low poly model. Probably don't need to learn that, to be honest. Displacement map is not really. Maybe they're starting to use it again for like super high stuff. But yeah, I don't think games use that a whole lot. Like, it's never really been used. Usually it's stuff that they use in film because it's really intensive on the computing part. It's basically telling your computer through a map and how to divide the mesh, how to subdivide it further, and so you end up with a mesh that is a lot heavier. It takes a lot more brain or CPU power. So for games, it's normal maps. So you can go high poly, high-ish poly, and then you add the final amount of smaller details with the normal map. So look into that workflow. It will serve you better. But it's the same idea. So if you understand how to bake a displacement map from a higher poly model into a lower poly model, it's the same idea. It's just going to be called differently, and the map will be different. It'll be like a blue map with hues of like turquoise and pinks and purples and that kind of stuff. Damn right, I recognize her. It's my baby. Yeah, she came out really good. I love how you did the hair. I'm actually. I had it like going the other way. I had to go like pointing out, but I kind of like that better. Anyways, very nice face. Only thing I'd say, maybe, like to leave more space in between the eyes. Like if you push those, and it doesn't have to be much, but just what? Just this is not a hard rule, but it's kind of a good rule to keep in mind, always making sure that you got like at least an eye width in the center, even for characters that have big eyes. So to the point of making them maybe look more alien by pushing, it's just that having the eyes that are too close, it looks always a little weirder than having the eyes that are further apart. Yeah, in that case, super easy. Just move tool with symmetry on. That's it, just a bit, like a few millimeters. And yeah, for the people, other students, if you look at this, and you're like, hey, wait, so now she's got a head that she can then rotate in a bunch of different angles, and to get like easy references for a profile shot, for a shot like this, maybe for a tough angle like this from the top. Easy light references too. So let's say you want to shade a face and you're not exactly sure, where should the highlights be? You just pop a light in your scene, rotate around your character, find like a setup that you like, and there you go, you have an easy reference. And then also you can use that as a base for your drawings, if you really like, if you're working on client work and improving is not so much part of your goal, but it's more about delivering a result quickly to get money. Yeah, you can like place this in the right angle, trace over it real quick, and then boom, get a character. It's powerful stuff. But yeah, so about your process, the sculpt looks good. To unwrap something with UVs, it's a very manual process for the most part. I mean, you don't have to do it well. You know, it's the first time, and we won't really notice the difference anyways if you don't do it well. But the idea, at least the general idea when you do UVs, is that you want to have as few polygons as possible, because you like a good model, something that's really well built with good UVs, the artist will manually you'll want to move the individual UVs, like all of these points one at a time on like the UV sheet, like the square two-dimensional sheet that the textures will be applied on, baked onto. You want to move all of these individually. So let's say, you know, you're trying to unwrap this thing here, and you want to make sure that like the edges here also get enough texture. So you want to make sure that there's enough gap between the different vertexes, vertices. There we go. There's a good chance that you want to move them all one by one manually. And so when you have a lot of polygons like this, that task becomes pretty daunting. You're like, oh, that's gonna be a lot. And that's the idea. So not to say that this is too much, but probably you wouldn't UV it at this level, right? So you would get something that's maybe a quarter of the amount of polygons you have here, and then maybe you would add more once your UVs are done. But yeah, usually you try to keep it as low as possible, just so that your UV is not a nightmare, and high enough that it still looks good. You know, that the edges are not a bunch of just square, just flat lines, but you can still see like a nice contour, nice rounded shape. So it's a fine balance all the time. But let's say like this is a lot. You know, like it's pretty deep. That's pretty high poly. So seam for the head. So this is more like 3D stuff. It has nothing to do with art school, but real quick, normally you try to just do a mask for the face. So like this here. And so like seam would be, if you can extend it to the neck, like if you don't think, it depends again, it really depends. If your character is going to wear something, then usually you try to have it at the neck so that whatever the character wears is always hidden. Like the seam is always hidden by the thing that the character wears. If the character needs to change faces, you know, if it's like a character editor, whatever, you'll want to use a mask instead. So try to keep as much as possible from one version to the other. So it'll be kind of, this will be different. Everything else will be the same. So like you would cut it there. So you would have kind of like this face mask for your character, and then the rest would be UV elsewhere. But if you don't do this carefully, like you might get a seam here, a visible seam if you don't do your textures right, if you don't bake properly. So more dangerous. So always try to hide it. Essentially, that's the idea. So under the chin here, you're rarely going to see it. So like this line here, and then in front of the ears, and then right there, right underneath the hairline. The same thing on the other side. And the rest, you know, the rest who cares? The skull here normally you'll split it down the center. Normally you would even mirror like the two ears so that you don't have two ears that are unwrapped. So you kind of unwrap them and then fold them on top of one another. So it's more advanced stuff, but yeah, if you keep in mind that this is the cut for the face, like keep it like a face mask, should get a good result. Fewer headaches. So moving on to Charlotte. I've had a good week. Hope you've had a good week too. What is this? I've been practicing drawing heads from the Anatomy 1 class. The art school Discord has been really helpful with advice. The feedback on my first attempts was that they looked squished. So I've been focused on making them longer, but I feel like something's still a bit off with my practice. Any errors you can see with these would be much appreciated. All right. Good feedback, by the way. So whoever helped you out had the right idea. Very good. Yeah, yeah, totally right. Yeah, so usually that's just going to be a matter of making sure that your base sphere and that your cross sections here are spot on. So the second that you start to divert a little bit or diverge in your lines here, you know, like this there, it's hard to imagine how this would kind of wrap up from, you know, from this angle here, because it really needs to go to continue on the other side of the sphere. These are all ellipses, right? So they continue behind, we just can't see them. So making sure that these curves here can actually really contour the sphere properly, and that all of these are parallel, same size, just like scaled up version of the center one. So you want to avoid this in any angle. Even the slightest divergence is going to mess up your proportions. So really got to practice this stuff so that it's always nice and lined up, parallel. And that's your thirds. How you calculate your thirds is always correct too. So this, the size of this ellipse. So this one feels pretty good. You know, it's a nice circle, very circular. It's just that the center, like the line here of the like this the split down the middle, is a little high, right? So there's more space up here than there is down there. You just want to probably correct that line here, because that's the eyebrow line, and we use that line to base all the other lines from. So it's important. You gotta make sure that's dead in the center. And then yeah, so this one here might shift too, although kind of lines up nicely. And then yeah, so this is going to be 1/3, right? So 1, 2, 3. So that one's good. That one's pretty good. And it's just, you want to make sure that you maintain those proportions all the time. That's pretty good. That's good. And again, like, it doesn't need to be 100% all the time. Like, some people will have rounder faces. That's the thing. But you want to make sure that it is by choice, right? That it's not your default head, that you really wanted to make it shorter, that you're playing around with the ratios. Because yeah, normally it'll be more like this. That's more like it. This one too. So yeah, big enough ellipse here on the sides, split down the center, third, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, boom, nice. Be careful of your jawline too. So I mentioned this earlier, but to somebody else, but the same applies to you. Like, making sure that the jaw, you know, like the jawline is always longer than it is tall, which you do, but making sure it's not too long. Did I say this right? Yeah, making sure it's not too long this way versus how tall it is. You can always like touch to know exactly where it ends. Like, it's right up here, like right about the ear. So it's like this distance versus that distance. It's not 1-to-1. It's a little longer, but like this one here starts to be a little borderline too long. In that case, you know, you might want to extend that line here so that the length doesn't need to reach all the way back here. Kind of just touch that line and then you're done. But these are, I'm nitpicking, like these are pretty damn good. So yeah, compared to this, huge improvement. They look like longer, well-proportioned heads. And as long as you keep focusing on making sure that your spheres are correct, and that these ellipses on the side of the body, on the side of the head, are tall enough, then you'll be fine. If they're too short, that's where you end up with a face that looks rounder, like this one here. You know, like you're not even touching the guidelines here. you cheated. But this, to be correct, would need to just be a lot bigger. And then you would end up with thirds that are long enough. Yeah, and I love that you're including kind of part of the face here, like a hint for the facial features. Yes. Very nice. And no worries, Vika. Just like I'm not gonna elaborate too long, right, on like technical stuff, but feel free to ask, no problem. If it's quick, like I can always answer. Like this was pretty quick, so no problem at all. Curtis. Oh man, yeah. Dude, that's way better. Way better. Oh, that was cool. So I took your advice and added slight gradient to the red, going from top to bottom. Also added a bit more gold around the top of the character. I think I'm happy with it overall, but I'd like to know what you think. Yes. I love the extra gold. I don't know if this was there before. I don't know. But yeah, this here. Shoot. Yeah, just the colors overall, so it's not as dark now. We can read the volumes better. I mean, it's shaded also now. That helps. Yeah, man, that was really good. I would add maybe a little more gold, you know, because you got a lot here. I like this ratio. That's like a good abstract representation of your character, if anything. So mostly black, but some red highlights, some significant red highlights, right? There's a lot of red in here, and some gold accents, but that's a lot of gold compared to the amount of red here. So a lot more, you have a lot more here than you have on your character. That's just what I'm saying. So maybe just adding a bit more on your character. So, you know, maybe towards the front of the face here that it gets thicker or something. I don't know, just random stuff, but you know, that would add more gold. Just one way to do it, but maybe a little more gold would help push that even more, because it's the right way to go. I think that helps a lot. Yeah, man. Besides that, maybe just trying to get a better variety in terms of the materials. You know, like right now it seems like he's wearing just all fabric everywhere. Like on the legs here, there's no highlights, right? So it's all the same kind of matte surface. Not that's necessarily a bad thing. It's just it's a contrast that you're not using, that you could totally use. It would look probably kind of cool. You know, if like maybe. Yeah, you have the kind of like shiny black and then matte black, right, for the fabric here. So maybe what he's got on his head here is the shiny part. So let's shiny it up. And then maybe on the leg too, it's shiny. Overlay for this. You know, so then now you got like you have like a material breakup. So that's interesting. So now this is clearly fabric. It's different. It's not as shiny as this. Maybe the legs here could be shinier too. But yeah, that's kind of the next step that I would take with this, because super cool design. I love the color choice here. I mean, it's pretty limited, but it works in this case. I love the gradient too, and cooler reds going towards more warm reds. Yeah, man, that looks really good. It'd be cool too to have the same material treatment on the, like I'm looking at these here, you know, like how it's shiny, like on the trim, like the red trim. Oh, that's cool. So maybe doing the same with this stuff here. Maybe all the trims are shiny. So that it's just not fabric everywhere. So you break up the fabric shapes with shiny outlines. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, nice. Oh man, you have such a good base. It's so fun to just add the final touches of light this way. I'm gonna stop myself right here, but yeah, that's a killer concept. Oh, that helps. Moving on to, what is that? Let me read it first. It's no, I don't see the name. Juan. All right. So I am doing well. Hope you're good too. So I was struggling with everything. But here are my questions. First, I use myself as reference, but my body's is bigger, and so I try to transform it into a feminine body. But that's the reason I don't put the reference. No worries. No worries. So did you doing some occasion that kind of transformation? Any advice? Yeah. Often I use myself as a hand reference for all my female characters. Just make the fingers like a little narrower, longer, like more elegant, that kind of stuff. But yeah, often also for just poses. It's a good practice. Very good. That's totally what you should do if you can't find like a reference that might work better online. If you don't want to search for it, if you don't want to waste time. Yeah, use yourself as a reference. That's perfect. Of course, I just want to make this clear, but always better if you can find like a reference that's closer to what you're trying to draw, right? So there's less translation that you have to do between the reference and the drawing. So, because that's an extra step, right? It's something more that you have to figure out. So it's harder this way. It's way better than not using a reference. So yes, and if you can find a reference for the exact pose that you're trying to do, then yes, totally do that. At least do that. Yeah, if you had a pose like this, probably you could find something online that looks similar. Like the hands don't even need to be in the same position, right? You can just use a reference for the top of the torso, like a girl that's like this. And then you can use your own hands, your own arms for the rest of the body to draw the rest of it. But yeah, that's good practice though. So yeah, to be honest, there's not much wrong that I see here. Only that your torso and your pelvis too close together. So there's not a whole lot of room for a spine in here. So and going from here to here, like you would need a little more length for the spine to have enough room for all the vertebrae. So simple enough-ish. You just kind of take this, push it down, and that's why also it always helps to draw the entire character, not just a part of it, at least until you build enough experience, because you can always keep in mind the usual guidelines, right? So halfway point of your entire character, the crotch right here, that's half the height. So from the head to the crotch, and then you know that your legs are gonna land somewhere around here. All right, so if you were to draw legs, I'm not saying that you do, but it will make more sense for the hips if you can draw the rest of the legs, like at least like super roughly, so that you have like a good angle for those legs. These hips are way too big. knee, and then feet. My legs are not even long enough. That's not the halfway point. There it is. Lower. Yeah, and then you can kind of add some meat to those bones. Into the rib cage. But yeah, but everything else that you did, you know, besides the distance between the pelvis and the torso, that's good. Exactly it. You constructed the hands perfectly well. The arms rather. Yeah. The position of the breast on the body, that seems pretty good too. It's following the symmetry line here, like the center line of the body. Everything is lined up properly because you constructed it properly. Yeah, a lot of really, really positive things about this one. And like for reference, you know, like the only part that you won't really be able to use yourself as a reference is going to be for the hips if they're exposed. Of course, no big deal if they're covered. You know, if she's wearing like poofy pants or like a shirt that's long enough where the hips are kind of covered, but the hips, like male hips and female hips, there's a good amount of difference there between the two when you draw them with like skin on and all that stuff. If it's just the skeleton, it's harder to notice the difference, but the way that the way that they're tilted, different angle, like a little more tilted towards the back, like you'll want to use references for that part of the body more, like real references, not yourself. But for everything else, you're the perfect reference. Excuse me. But yeah, I mean, I can see that you struggle here, but you ended up with something that looks really good. So it was worth it, I think. Yeah. The angle here, like I don't want to change anything, to be honest. Like that's the proper angle for it. Yeah, you just need a little more space here between the chest. You need enough room for the abs, right? And the belly button and the rest of the abs down here. But that's it. Like since we can really see the anatomy here, works for me. Yeah, like and some, like just one tip, you know, for the armor, because the armor is tricky in that angle. You know, it's like a shell on top of the shoulder in perspective, so that one's hard. That one's hard to imagine. I think you did pretty good. It's just like the angle is slightly off. But like a good way to imagine this is almost to consider that both shoulders are just one piece, almost like a big umbrella going around. Like a, you know, if you were looking at the shoulders, both shoulders from the top, you can always try to simplify it to something that's simpler. Like simplify it to something that's simpler. Words of wisdom. But if from the top, you know, let's say that's the neck here in the center, and you consider that from the top it looks like this. So from the side it might look like a dome, you know, kind of like just a cup, inverted cup, and then you have the hole here for the neck. So what happens if you see this shape here at like an angle, like an umbrella? Well, maybe at an angle it will look something like this. You can see the dome here, dome shape where the neck goes. Maybe the hole for the neck is back there. And this is this shape, but in perspective. And then all you got to do to make that work, you cut it in half. You find like where the center part is, just the same way that you identified where the center of your body is. So this is the half, that's the half, and then you can kind of split them in half physically. Doink. And then you have you draw the rest of the body underneath that thing here. So just this flap here is gonna kind of, we're only seeing like the underside here of the shoulder pad. This is going to be the front here. Of course, you know, the shape is not exactly as this one. It's a lot more shallow, but I would use this method to draw this here. So let's say you're doing the same thing again. You want to draw these shoulders. This is gonna be the center. This is kind of like your dome shape here. This is the underside, right? This ellipse here. So all of that, we're looking under the shoulder. All of that will be kind of empty. You'll be able to see that the arm going in there. All of that will be kind of hidden anyways. And then you have like this really, really simple kind of shoulder. This is the center of it. This is the shoulder pads. And now you can start to like deform them a little bit. Maybe make this a little higher on both sides. All right. And give them the shape that you want. But at least the perspective will be right. So in your case, it's not that far off. It's just that from this angle, you know, if we can see under this shoulder pad here, under this one here, we'd probably be able to see under that one too. But overall, the way that you constructed all of this, that is the way. I'm proud of you. Well done. Moving on to Jeffrey. I hope you're doing good too, Jeffrey. I'm good. So I finished my figure drawing course this week. So I figured it's a lot of figure. I figured this was the perfect assignment to submit. Not perfect, and I might have gone a bit too anatomical with it than you intended, but I was just applying the knowledge I had as best as I could. We'll start working on gesture drawing next, but I'm still a bit intimidated by time constraints and getting the right line on the first try. It's only intimidating. It's kind of like perspective. It's only intimidating until you get into it, and then you realize that, oh, that's not that bad. It's not nearly as bad as I thought. And if time, you know, if the time constraint is weighting you down, just start with more time so that you feel kind of comfortable going to it. You're not too rushed. Or try different times, like try 30 seconds, that's really, really short. Try a minute after that. Try 2 minutes. Try 5 minutes. Oh yeah, I don't think you're gonna have much trouble with gesture drawing. I think you'll be pretty happy with what you come up with. So at the beginning, of course, always takes a little getting used to it. Like you need to warm up the first like 10 poses that you do, 10-15 poses that you do, always a little whack. But after you get into a beat and you're calculating, you're managing your time better. You find like different parts of the body to highlight over others that you might ignore more, and get better results this way. So you just find tricks, and over time you'll be able to lower that time and get a lot more done with less. But these are really good, man. Like always do like the cross-eyed thing to overlap the two. These are pretty damn close. Yeah, this one with shading too. Hell yeah, look at that. That's pretty damn good. Not much wrong with it. Torso's a little short, but I think it's more like she's a little chunkier in your case. Not that big of a deal, but it's almost like you scaled up everything except her height. So just looking at like the distance between the belly button and the nipples, it's a little bit more like this is a longer triangle than what you have. Seems a little shorter. But again, there's no room here for the belly button to go any lower than that. But you know, if you want to maintain some space there, so it's kind of just overall the torso's a little short. There we go. Now it's all good. It's just a tiny change. But overall, the volumes here, the pose, everything reads perfectly well. Exactly like the reference here. So really good job with that. Same deal with this. Really good job. One thing I recommend, just to increase difficulty a little bit, practice drawing thinner lines. So instead of these bold lines, it's not bad, you know, it's a little harder when your lines are a little thinner because you need to be just that much more accurate. And I'm only saying this because this is great. So what else can you do beyond that? Yeah, just focusing more on the anatomy, on your lines. So smaller lines that maybe have a little more character to them. So instead of being like thick throughout, maybe it's only thick in when they meet here, you know. So instead of having this bold line like that, maybe, just maybe, you could have something like this. Not to say that the line completely disappears, but butt cheek, and then leg, and then calf, and then heel. So adding a little more of that, a little more character to your lines, but really good. So that has nothing to do with with the anatomy or the gesture, but that's all I got. Really good. All right, DN. So I hope you had a good week. Yes, I sure did. Hope you did too. Not very productive this week. I did some head construction practice. It would be great if you could check if there's anything off. Also, I tried to improve shading based on your comments last week. Do you think it got better? Hold on, did I forget something? Yeah, I'm just making sure there's no questions that I forgot. Right. Yeah, that's better. You know, like the shadow area is better, basically. But the highlights pretty much the same. Yeah, I would still definitely push that some more. You know, like the color here is that. The color and the halfway point here is that. The color in the shadows, the darkest bit is that. So light. Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty close. Mid-tones, ooh, that's a lot darker, you know. We're going a little darker here before the transition, and that's it, really. That's really just the only missing part. It's just your mid-tones. That transition, beyond the line here that separates the highlights and the shadows, it's after, like, it's the fall off of that, like the gradients going from dark enough towards the highlights. So you just need to add that one thing here. It's almost like just one brush stroke, like, and now it's better. But the dark areas here in the shadows with the added bounce light, yeah, if anything, maybe add some more. But yeah, that's the right color, at least the right value. Yeah, so really small edit. But these head constructions, ooh, those are good, really good. Yeah, just be careful again of these here, like your ellipses, making sure that at least they're in the right proportion. Like, you know, the contour of it might not be perfect. It might not be a perfect ellipse, but as long as the center is down in the center, you don't want it to be off, right? Like that, no good. Right down the middle. In this case, it's a little too low. It doesn't make a huge difference, but it's those tiny mistakes that kind of compound over time and eventually makes you wonder, why is my chin so low? It's because of these tiny mistakes that just add up. Yeah, so practice, you know, making sure that your ellipses here are nice elliptical. The word, whatever. But these are great proportion wise. Very good. Boom. Next. Who is this? Write your name. Ryan. There. Hope you're out of your bath now. Otherwise, you look like a grandma. Wrinkly to the max. All right. So, what did I do this weekend? This is what I did. I woke up, had breakfast, and started streaming. So there we go. That's my weekend so far. So not as relaxing as yours, but it was pretty good. For this piece, I was really focusing on the reference and the anatomy, the shapes of the muscle. Let me know what you think. Please excuse the terrible colored pencil. I'm in the mountains. You are in the mountains. All right. All right, all right. And that's a cool reference. What the hell is this from? I like this a lot. Who is this character? Hades. From... Is that the Netflix show? Anyways, cool character. Yeah, overall, I think you captured it pretty well. Process makes a big difference, right? So what I would recommend that you do next time is to draw the character naked first. So, oh, Super Giant Games. Ah, okay. Awesome. I'll check this out. Yeah, I really like the style here. So yeah, as I'm saying, draw the character naked first. Try to make sense of it in that way. You really gotta train yourself to like deconstruct what you see and almost like see, like gain X-ray vision to be able to see what went through that. You know, what the artist thought of how they constructed that to end to this result. And so, yeah, in this case, it would be like trying to figure out what's happening down here. Because in your case, like the legs are a little skinny, you know, compared to this one here. And I think you would have been able to solve this if you didn't have any of the clothing on. And it's good practice for you too. Just to that's what I still do to this day. I'll always draw my characters naked to make sure the proportions are correct, that the muscles, like I know where the muscles are going to be. If the character's like buff or something, and he's gonna be wearing a shirt, I want to know where those folds are going to go. I want to know how the folds are going to deform, and that's all based on the anatomy underneath. And so if you don't know, don't have a good idea of what that looks like, then you're gonna struggle with your folds. It's gonna look all poo-poo, and kind of the same applies in this case too. Making sure that you know what's happening down here. So how is that shoulder constructed? How is the chest going into because when you build it this way, now you're like, all right, so this is probably the arm. That's enough room for the bicep based on how big this bicep is. That's about that. And then based on the lines that you had here, like, oh wait a minute, this is the top of the chest muscle, this is the clavicle. And this is the lower part. Wait a minute. If this fits with this shoulder here, that's too small compared to that one. He's got like a bigger left chest or right chest. So those are the kind of things that you can spot, you know, as you're working off of that reference. And it's harder to spot those issues when you have a bunch of stuff covering the anatomy. So anyways, making our way down from here, going to the torso. All right. So this is the width of his hips. Got it. For dudes, it's going to be pretty much straight down like a barrel all the way to the legs until they start. And so we can keep going here. And then, yeah, so the crotch is going to be somewhere around here. And then the legs begin. And so, yeah, in your case, I think the leg is a little skinny, and like this becomes quite narrow below the waist. Which probably would not happen. But this way, when you build it first, you can spot those mistakes a lot easier. And so if you look at the naked body and you're like, that doesn't look like a naked body, something's off here, then you fix that first. And then once the anatomy is correct, good chances that whatever you add on top will fit properly. And if it doesn't fit properly, you can always look at the anatomy and be like, maybe the anatomy is not correct. Maybe I made a mistake that I didn't spot. But yeah, overall this guy feels pretty good. Like the proportions, I like the way that you drew the hand here. That is good. Nice hands. The face, like this is super stylized face, but it's still based on like real proportions, kind of. You know, so like the ears definitely more like a monkey, but you know they're still positioned properly. So yeah, like what's unique about this head is that it's kind of tilted forward like this. That's why the eyes seem like, you know, you get kind of these angry eyebrows. That's because the head is tilted forward. We see more of the forehead. In your case, it's more like the guy is just standing straight like a mugshot almost. So. But all of this, you know, is still based on real anatomy, even if it's super stylized. So you're gonna get, this is your eyebrow line right here, 1/3 up there. This is where the hair is gonna start. Nose, chin, mouth. Yeah, pretty much. In his case, he's smiling, so it's gonna be a little higher. Nose in the right spots, and then the eyes, kind of evil eyes. But just following the eyebrow line here. So yeah, always constructing it. Even if you're working off a reference, you're not gonna learn nearly as much if you don't go through the process, the same process that you would go through if you weren't using a reference. So building everything, making sense of all of those things, like what the angle is. Naked version first, and then adding the clothes on top. So it's more about process, really. And yeah, get out the bath. Are you stuck? All right, so moving on to Ryan here. Ryan number 2. Ryan, the fast learner. All right, so I'm asleep as you read this, so no terrible. I took your advice and finished off the rendering on that sword prop last week, and also redid my old term 1 perspective assignment. The compliments really put a smile on my face. So been learning hard as usual. My my only real question this week is what more could I add to my work? It really feels like on my perspective piece I like storytelling. So what kind of things do you think about when creating scenes? All right, let's take a look. That looks cool. That looks like metal. Yeah. Still at the like whenever you have metal, actually whenever you have something that's like a surface that's kind of shiny, material that's shiny. Whenever you have a corners almost always, unless you have like a really crazy light setup going on, in most cases, corners, whenever you have a corner like this, not convex corner, concave corner, excuse me. Although maybe, never mind. Whenever you have a corner, but especially convex corners like this, you're gonna have kind of like an extra highlight there. So I'm guessing, you know, seen from the front here, the sword, like this is probably one of the corners, right? And then it dips in and out again, right? Is that a cross section? I would think so. Something like that. So yeah, on that corner here, highlights. So where you had a black line, essentially, you turn that into a highlight. That looks even more shiny now. Yeah, look at that. The other corners right here. So it's easy. You can do that every time you see a corner. You see a corner here, white. Well, not white, but brighter. Brighter than any other values that you have in the surrounding area. So you can apply that to everything almost. And yeah, now it looks a little extra shiny. And the tip, I would still kind of figure out what's happening here. Maybe something like that. That's kind of weird, but whatever. Kind of a strange sword. Yeah, that's probably not a good tip for a sword. But yeah, figuring this out, because that's important. You know, it's the pointy bits of a sword that kind of helps define a lot of the point of it existing. You want to see the tip? Don't forget the tip. But yeah, man, that was good. Looks really good. The subtle shading here on the pommel. Yeah, very nice. And then let's take a look at this piece here. Is that old? Oh man. Yeah, look at that. Shading and light now. Woo! Alright. You're very welcome. That's a pleasure. Yeah, Ryan, man, that was good. To be honest, like first glance, the first impression is really positive. Like you immediately feel like you're in there, and like of course the lighting really helps here. I did a really good job. It's just like having these bits here, like, oh shit, there's something up here. You can go up there. This is like it's a window to something else, and up here too, like having like a hole. It just adds so much. It's really nice drawing. So the thing that's missing really, it would just be figuring things out more. So you know, like this pipe here, where is it going? Why is it going down here? Maybe like up here, it's kind of like out of our focus, so I'm not gonna question as much. And you know, it could be just like pipes, like pipes like you see in the ceiling in a basement or something like that, or pipes you would see in a submarine or something like that. But this one here, like, is there a reason why it breaks off into a different one? And like, how is it connected to the ground? The same with this one here. Like these ones, we don't know. It doesn't matter. They're out of our, like, they're going somewhere, and we don't know where they attach. So it remains a mystery. But these here, like the kind of stuff that would really push this to the next level is, all right, what happens here? And maybe the plate on the ground, like the details on the ground, kind of accommodate for that. So it's been designed this way. There's a little hole here, it connects to the ground, and then it probably doesn't just go inside the floor. It's probably like I don't know, some sort of seal around it or something. Some extra detail. All right, so now we figured that one out. Then what's next? What's in here? What's all of these things? So just detailing that better. So is there a bunch of drawers here that you can pull out, or is it something that you, yeah, are there like little doors that you can open? Figuring this out, because right now it looks cool at first glance, like, oh, it's like a bookshelf maybe, but at second glance, making sure that everything is clear. It's crazy, man. That's goddamn. Yeah, it's quite the upgrade. Yeah, like perspective wise, I'm not even checking because I think most of it, like, it looks good. So there might be some slight mistakes left and right that I'm not seeing like right now. Maybe if I spend a little longer looking at this. But at first glance, it looks really good. Yeah, the sheet here, the bed cover. You know, if the folds in here were a little more accurate. So maybe down here it kind of bunches up a little more, create some extra folds, and then maybe the fold here a little random. Maybe part of it is like on top of the rest, so it's gonna create like a darker shadow. Just like figuring those smaller second reads kind of details. But the first read, excellent. And then you're talking about like storytelling, that kind of stuff. I mean, there's already some here, like the sheet is kind of undone. All right, so the person's up clearly. You try to think, it's like character design. It's the same thing. You know, you think of who lives there, and I often give the example of like choosing an extreme kind of occupation for the residents. What if they're maybe he's a chef? You know, let's just go with that. A chef on a sci-fi spaceship or something like that. So he's gonna have maybe a bunch of cooking books here, some knives, maybe maybe he's been cooking recently. Maybe he's got like a little oven, like portable oven to cook himself some stuff. Maybe he's got like his chef outfit laying on the ground, and so we would understand better that, oh, it's a chef living there. Maybe his chef hat somewhere, like on the pillow here or whatever. And maybe he's got like posters about other famous chefs. You know, maybe he's got a Gordon Ramsay poster here. Maybe he's got like fresh produce. He just went to groceries or something. He just came back, or he left them like on the side here. That kind of stuff. And the chef is definitely not like an extreme example. What I give as an example usually is like a murder, like a criminal, or like somebody that investigates, like a investigative reporter, something like that might have a bunch of like crazy stuff written on the wall, like lines connecting one thing to the other, you know, that kind of stuff. People that are maniacs about their profession, those are always good sources of inspiration, because they're easier to imagine. It's easier to imagine what somebody like that would live in, what kind of space they would live in. But really, really good like base canvas right now to add just a little bit more. Like I said, the initial read here was really, really good, really positive. Yeah, that is some progress right there. The damn. All right, and then the last one as usual. I hope you had the most awesome week. Not the most awesome. It was alright. Hope you had a good one too. I did a bunch of stuff this week. Firstly, I finished off the painting of Solace. Not really looking for feedback other than what I could do differently next time, but I just wanted to pop it here. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, got some new characters too. Hello. Also finished off this character, Turnaround. Oh, yeah, so Solace, there we go. Right here. I also finished off this character, Turnaround, of Vivi, and I learned some of the basics of Blender to make her crown. That was, oh, Nice. Good. There you go. Good use of 3D right there. Especially if this is something that you're going to draw a lot, you know. Just rotate it in the right perspective. Copy over it. Done. Moving on to the next box. So made 2 illustrations with Danica and Clarissa, who are other characters from the comic. I really wanted to push the anime vibe with the illustrations. I can't take credit for their design though. Liv designed them, except for me tweaking the colors a teeny bit. So, right on. So, go tell him if you... Gotcha. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff. That's so cool to see. All right, so this guy, yeah. So I saw this one here. What did I think? So the main feedback that I had with this one is just on the colors. So I loved the like the warm highlight coming from the left. Feel like he kind of, it's too monochrome right now for my taste at least. But that's really all it is. So yeah, like instead of this blue here, just warm it up so that like the right of the image is cooler and the left is warmer. That's what we see kind of his on his outfit here. So warmer highlights, although it's still pretty cool, but warmer in comparison. Like that's about the only thing I would do, and it's like it's basically just gray, just that it takes up a much warmer tone just because it's right next to blue. It tries to behave as the yellow, as the warmth, but that was it. So it's just adding a little bit more warmth in there because it feels really cold. And even like cold pieces, just adding a little bit of warmth, it always helps the balance in general. Just so that you don't have only cool colors. But yeah, that came out awesome. Really nice. Spit that out, man. What are you doing? That's nice. That's real nice. Nothing to say. Look good, really good. And then let's take a look at these here. So, designed by Liviu. Alright, man, those are good designs. Yeah, I love that you can tell her character right away. Her too. Like the friendly, bubbly one. This one's more serious. What are you looking at? Maybe not, but that's what it looked like. What could I say here? I love the color. So whatever, color choices you guys ended up with, I like it a lot. That works really well. You get, like saturated down here, but you clearly have more saturation up here. So there's no problem with the initial reads. She reads really well, redhead with green outfit. Obviously, the eye is gonna go to that naturally. Yeah, the only thing I would say maybe is like these details here, like just make them chunkier so that they read more. Kind of like in games, like you want to make sure that the smaller details, even if you model the smaller details, like they might still come across in the bakes, they might still be visible if you're like this close to the character, but the second that the character is moving, that there's some action going on, like they kind of disappear. And so that's what I would just mention here too, like the trims in general, like for the boots here, I think these are so small that from a distance they almost disappear. Just beef them up. Your character's style is already a little cartoony, right? A little very stylized, not a little, very stylized. And so yeah, you can stylize the details too to go along with that. Like bigger eyes, like simpler facial features, like you're not drawing the nails or anything. So like everything is just simpler. And so I would simplify all those details too. Bigger everything. like the clip here, just make that thicker. Why not? Thicker circle. Just a little string here that we can see it. That's really it, you know, in terms of the details, in terms of the design. Like maybe these two, like these spirals, they're hard to see. Maybe a different color, or maybe, I don't know, maybe the center of the spirals. I don't know exactly what you could do with these. But like the spiral on the inside, it's really hard to notice. Like you notice when you're this close, but from this distance, it looks more like just circles. So yeah, maybe some playing around with the colors here, lighting up the flat color, maybe that will help. Or just applying a different color here completely. But yeah, that's all I got. I really love the designs here. Simple, it works. You're manipulating the people's gaze perfectly here with the color saturation and color hues. Fabric roses, interesting. Like I like this, you know, in the hair. That's cool. So I like that there's like some effort to bring that back in the design somewhere else. Because she seems to me like this spiral girl. Maybe you could make that more obvious in the socks here. If it's a spiral, you know, it's not gonna be straight. So you get more like a. It won't be rings. It'll be something that spirals down. I don't know. This is better. Maybe that's annoying to draw. Maybe that's gonna take you too long. But yes. So that's why. Like I wouldn't remove this. I think that's a good touch to have something like this, something spirally. Just really can't see it that well. So maybe it's like two tones, just like the socks. So maybe this color here, almost like two spirals. You know, think of the never-ending story. You know, kind of like that snake logo where you have like two, whatever. You know what I mean? Thicker outline like this. I don't know. Maybe not, but something like that. I don't know exactly. You guys figure it out. It's your character after all, and you've already, you know, designed all of this, so I'm sure you'll find out. I'm sure you'll figure it out. But yeah, these look really good. So you guys are crushing it. It's so fun to see this project coming along. Yeah, and quite a treat, Hannah. So ending on a fun note here. That's it for me today. So where are we at? 6 hours, pretty good. So yeah, we had a fewer less today, fewer less submissions than usual. So that's why. Yeah, man, never-ending story. I had this damn movie on repeat when I was a kid. Awesome stuff, guys. So I'm really proud of you. So I see a lot of progress here. It's super exciting as an instructor to see this. And yeah, you should all feel really proud. And yeah, if you've been lurking, you know, and you haven't pushed yourself to submit something, don't hesitate. You know, I don't bite. And just like if it's your first time, you can also mention it, so I'll go extra easy on you. I know how it is. I was in your shoes at some point when I started in the business, you know, getting feedback for the first time by the art director and all that stuff. Like, oh, that doesn't feel good. So I know the deal. I know how it is. So, you know, I try to adjust based on that. Anyways, thanks for everybody that hung out, that came over for a little bit of time or for the whole thing. Once again, you don't have to. I appreciate the company. It's always really nice, always welcome. So yeah, thanks for coming over, hanging out. Thanks for everybody that submitted something. I had a lot of fun going over all of this, and if you have a good rest of your weekend and a good creative week ahead. And as usual, if you're watching this later on YouTube and you want to know more and you want to participate, you want to join this art gang, check out the link down in the description below to learn more about the art school program. And there we go. Hope you have a good creative week ahead of you, and I will see you next time.